great pleasure for us to host civil society forum here. As it was an extremely important for our country. We meet here after signing of association agreement. Here I would like to pass the floor Mr. David Bakradze, State Minister of Georgia and European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure on behalf of the government of Georgia to congratulate you with the opening of the 6th Annual Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum and address distinguished representatives of the non-government and separate representatives from the EU and our partner countries. This meeting, which is being held at the total EU integration and the common security, making it happen. There is a symbolic importance. The recent and ongoing events in the region once again prove that we have no other choice rather than to unite around common values and principles. Only this way we can ensure common security, political stability, and sustainable economic growth. European and Euro-Atlantic integration is a cornerstone of Georgia's foreign policy. We are determined to aggressively follow the European integration course, which is our national idea, supported by the vast majority of Georgian citizens and main political parties. This year, along with Ukraine and Moldova, we signed a landmark association agreement with the EU, lifting our relations with the United Nations and making the integration of the real world to the domestic policy, which is undeniably strong. The association agreement has a major transformative effect on Georgian state and thus serves a blueprint for its modernization. Hence, we are committed to ensure sustainability, diversity, and continuity of reforms related to successful implementation of the agreement in order to advance both political association and economic integration with the European Union. In order to effectively coordinate EU integration, reforms, and facilitate effective implementation of the agreement, several important steps have already been taken by the government of Georgia, including adoption of the political team national action plan, strengthening and capacity building of the state institutions, and many more. In addition, we are being successfully implementing the EU integration communication and information strategy of the government of Georgia for the period 2014-2017, elaborated in cooperation with the Georgian National Platform of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. The strategy aims to raise public awareness on the EU in general and the EU-Georgia cooperation in particular. We hope that the civil sector will continue to support us in implementing this strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just returned from the Brussels where I have participated together with my colleagues in the EU-Georgia Association Council the first meeting. And I would like to share with you some of the most important outcomes.
Нет, звук
Furthermore, we received a positive feedback and support from the European Commission's second progress report on implementation of the Visa Liberalization Action Plan, the first phase of the action plan, and as the second implementation phase can therefore now be proceeded. Finally, we are grateful to the EU, once again reiterating its firm support for the territorial integrity of Georgia against raising tensions in the region. I strongly believe that effective implementation of the association agreement as well as attainment of our European goals in this crisis heavily depends on the active involvement and participation of the civil society. Its experience and role in this process cannot be underestimated. On behalf of the government of Georgia, I would like to once again assure you that we remain open to dynamic cooperation with the non-government sector. It has to be underlined that for ensuring more strategic engagement of the civil society organizations, the EU, in cooperation with the relevant stakeholders, including active involvement of the Office of the State Minister, we have created a roadmap for 2014-2017. Transparent and active cooperation with the civil society contributes creating the environment in the country where the system of checks and balances can be functional and the rule of law can be guaranteed. We continue fruitful cooperation both with the Expert Council, a standing body of the Office of the State Minister, and with the Partnership Civil Society Forum. I also look forward to the establishment of the EU-Georgia Civil Society Cooperation Platform, which together with our office will actively monitor and scrutinize the implementation of the association agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that during these 2 days you will embark on a heated discussion on some of the most important issues, starting from adjusting the regional and global economy to the increasing threat of the security architecture of the euro. Civil society has a vital role in modern politics, and we hope that your efforts will contribute to building democracy and stability in our Eastern European region. I wish you fruitful and successful meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let me welcome you all to Georgia and express our appreciation with the fact that the Civil Society Eastern Partnership Forum's 6th meeting is happening in Batumi. We are very excited to have you in Georgia. We cannot underestimate the role that civil society is playing in furthering Georgia's and naturally any country's democratic agenda. Eastern Partnership has been a very important part of our newest history. Georgians, we believe that we are part of European culture, of European values. Traditionally, our drive to Europe has been all through the history. Naturally, some historic events created obstacles on this way. But today, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, created obstacles on this way. But today, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, naturally some historic events created obstacles on this way. But today, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests,
Не, он выбивает, что ему? Маша у тебя видео Магерини. Да, он же должен меня включить. Есть.
Ну, должно быть. Здесь прямо на него правым кликом.
Он, видимо, не
Если не получается, то тогда с классикой.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests,
Excuse me, technical difficulties, unfortunately. I'd like to say,
ladies and distinguished guests,
please stop. I'd like to say thank you to our president. Unfortunately, sometimes happens something. Next, Ms. Mogherini, please.
I'm really sorry I cannot be with you physically, but it's very important for me to address you, even if only by video. I know how important your work is. I've been in civil society myself for many years, and I know that it's also a way of engaging strongly to your countries, doing politics somehow. And I know that can make a big difference, a big change in your own societies, in the cities you live in the countries you live in, and also in Europe. We look at what you're doing, we look at the way in which you're trying to transform your countries, and I want to tell you today we are at your side. The new Commission is completely committed to that, and we know how difficult it is, especially in these times, in your part of the world, in this region. Challenges are incredible, and you need a lot of courage and strength to continue your work. I just want to use this few minutes to tell you that we are at your side, that what you do every day is important not only for your people, not only for you, but also for us in Europe, in the European Union. And that whatever the relation of each of your country will decide to have with the European Union, it will be a strong relation. Whatever form it will take, it will be important, it will be strong, and it will be mutually beneficial for each and every of the countries, and for each and every of the member states of the European Union, and for the European Union as such. Count on us as much as we count on you. And I wish you very fruitful and successful work in these days at the Civil Society Forum, the 6th edition, and I hope for the 7th edition I could join you not only in video but also in person.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Again, our President to Mr. Margolashvili. Sorry. European choice of Georgia has up to 80 electoral support. At the same time, we need to have the same ability and will to build here European state, which not be questioned about whether it's managed by institutions or from behind the scenes, which is our supreme principle, the rule of law, of the selective justice. Each of Eastern Partnership member countries now faces its own challenges. I cannot resist to express my protest against totally unacceptable Russian aggression in Ukraine. They try to drag Ukrainian people into the war for its choice of freedom and dedication to the European values. In the solidarity to the Ukrainian people, which we are and will be united as one. In often here parallels with 2008, when the Russian tanks came almost to Tbilisi, but unfortunately this was not the first such case. Since the last century, since 1990s, in the relationship with our northern neighbor, rather negative experiences have been accumulated. Often we put on the scales which is greatest threat, outside threat on internal challenge. Just 3 years ago, 4 Georgian photojournalists, that it was in Saakashvili period, during Saakashvili period, we were arrested on charges of espionage. This action of the law enforcement was followed by the large wave of protests. Eventually, all photojournalists were imposed a suspended sentence and released. Neither then nor now we believe that journalists have been really engaged in espionage activities. The protest had a result, they are not in jail now. It's very depressing when we see the scale of the arrests of our colleagues in some countries of the Eastern Partnership. We want to tell those authorities that they have not been working for a successful future of their people. Freedom of speech and expression is very important everywhere, especially in Georgia. I think someone understands what I mean. If we return to the association agreement, we clearly see how large-scale reforms should be implemented and how it will change the entire political and social-economic environment in the Georgia. Hence, another major challenge will be different position in the Eastern Partnership countries itself, which is expected to raise the necessity of adjusting formats. At the same time, I want to tell you that in some cases, additional tasks may arise. For example, it turned out that in the format of the visa liberalization, there were not enough measures with regard to the protection of personal data. After 2 years of engagement and the struggle of the civil society, maybe we can reach European standards in regard of regulation of covert investigations carried out by the special services. We actually had a political policy. The problem is that all this time the main opponent was a system in law enforcement bodies, which is in many opinions is a major challenge for the democratic development in Georgia. I also want to thank the President Margvelashvili, who has vetoed the controversial decision that thus dramatically changing situation. In this hard way, it's important to have mechanism of the structured dialogue. We are quite experienced in quasi-institutions and in the corresponding pseudo dialogues. When political officials are meeting with representatives of civil society, get media with them and report to the international missions. But 50 minutes later forgot what had been going on during the meeting, what issues had been discussed. Therefore, it's important that we work according to such models of cooperation where on one hand there is stable and planned cooperation with the government, and on the other hand the process of cooperation is transparent and predictable. We are very constructive. I mean, Georgian civil society, national platform too. For instance, this year we suggested the government 19 policy documents and more than 15 draft of law, and more from them was adopted by our parliament. I think it's good, it's nice to look such kind of relationship. Now Georgian National Platform works in several areas, make decisions to create a Georgian European platform. We have already agreed upon and will soon sign a memorandum of understanding the government. They join effort in the way of Georgian European integration. At the same time, I want to tell you that we are planning major activities in the priority areas, which will have a campaign character. We are now working also to support and facilitate several important reforms. It will be difficult but interesting process. Finally, I would like to welcome you in the hope that we will soon discuss not about getting closer to European standards, but rather about the European perspective and the EU membership plan. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give a floor Ms. Arzu Abdullayeva, Chairman of the Helsinki Citizens Assembly in Azerbaijan. Thank you very much.
В отличие от предыдущих ораторов, которые по-русски, по-моему, многие даже последуют этому примеру. Я Арзу Абдуллаева, и я являюсь председателем Азербайджанского комитета Гельсинской гражданской ассамблеи. Это мы занимаемся уже 25 лет правами человека, разрешением конфликта, построением демократии. И хочу начать с критики самой себя, самих себя, потому что прошло 25 лет с тех пор, как мы занимаемся нашей деятельностью, но, к сожалению, за эти 25 лет ситуация ни с правами человека, ни с разрешением конфликта, ни с построением демократии не улучшилась с положительной динамикой. И я в этом вижу и свое, как бы личное тоже поражение, которое вот сейчас пока еще есть. Но я очень надеюсь, что что-то в мире может измениться в лучшую сторону, и мы пока еще успеем сказать свое слово. Но от этого зависит очень многое. И в первую очередь зависит, насколько международная политика, международные институты будут реально сотрудничать, а не декларативно с гражданским обществом. Я не радикальный человек, но я в то же время не могу закрывать глаза на те несправедливости, которые происходят как в мировой политике, как в наших странах. И эти двойные стандарты, которые существуют в отношении диктаторских режимов и в отношении наших стран. Невозможно закрыть глаза на ситуацию с правами человека и вообще на девальвацию ценностей по правам человека. Мы действительно переживаем сегодня очень тяжелые дни. Начинать с критики, конечно, я не могу не признаться, что мы, конечно, это не означает, что мы не разрабатывали каких-то своих предложений, каких-то рекомендаций, каких-то механизмов. Это разрабатывалось, если вначале, конечно, мы были неопытны, и порой в этой всей системе, реакционной системе взаимоотношений в Советском Союзе, мы, конечно, превращались и в этой огромной игре, которую затеял СССР в отношении советских тогда еще республик, конечно же, мы порой превращались в агентов влияния. Мы были неискушенными в этой большой политике, которая велась между народами и создавались конфликтные ситуации друг друга. Но сейчас мы искушены, мы сейчас довольно много знаем. И те предложения, которые мы разрабатываем, они разрабатываются экспертными сообществами наших стран. Это и в области разрешения конфликта, и выхода из ситуации, из создавшегося кризиса. Но я хочу признаться, что достучаться до мировых политиков, до мировых политических институтов порой очень сложно. И не всегда мы встречаем понимание. И мы, анализируя ситуацию, анализируя причины этого, мы понимаем, что мы действительно подходим к тому, что называется двойные стандарты. И отношение к гражданскому обществу, к гражданским инициативам порой значит, проигрывают, если ставить на весы национальный и политический интерес и интересы, значит, гражданского общества, порой это политический интерес перевешивает. Я, в общем-то, уполномочена и нашей делегации говорить и о ситуации в Азербайджане, о ситуации с правами человека и в отношении улучшающего отношения гражданского общества в нашей стране. И я думаю, что очень многие знают это, что в Азербайджане действительно большие репрессии, и за один только август было арестовано много значимых на правозащитном поприще фигур и людей, которые занимаются разрешением конфликта. Конечно, это не просто тяжело об этом говорить и тяжело это переживать, но это очень тяжело и понимать тоже. Почему? Потому что все это происходило, пока уже закончилось председательство Азербайджана в Совете Европы. И вот при председательстве происходили вот эти вот повестки. Это тогда, когда Азербайджан обладал прерогативой требовать от других стран решения вопроса с правами человека. То, что мы наблюдаем в нашей стране, это удушение гражданского общества в реальности. Но в чем причина этого? Почему это происходит? Есть несколько причин для этого. Первая причина – это, несомненно, Украина, это кризис в Украине. И весь мир наблюдал, как Украину практически оставили один на один разрешать свои вопросы, проблемы и конфликт с Россией. Украина потеряла, очень легко потеряла Крым. И сейчас идет война, идет гражданская война. Ее даже этнической назвать нельзя. Она многомерная, многоплановая, многоуровневая. И, конечно, мы недостаточно активно участвуем в том, чтобы помочь разрешению этого конфликта, потому что там ежедневные сюрпризы. Но одна из причин именно то, что наши власти, которые до сих пор вели так называемую сбалансированную политику между Европой и Западом и Россией, сейчас чувствуется явный крен в сторону России. Более того, даже некоторые аресты были заказаны Россией. Есть такая информация. Кроме того, другая причина – это страх перед активностью гражданского общества. Опять страх повторения Майдана. Это вторая причина, которая есть. И, конечно же, все это очень влияет и на разрешение Карабахского конфликта. Мы можем сказать, что по нашему мнению, ситуация, которая сегодня в Украине, она очень напоминает нам ситуацию начала конфликта, Карабахского конфликта. И также напоминает и события более недавние, грузинские события 2008 года, пятидневная война. Очень много переплетается. Я, конечно, хотела бы вам сказать очень многое, друзья, но сейчас я, наверное, просто обращусь и тем лидерам Евросоюза, которые сотрудничают с нами, представителями Евросоюза. Мы обращаемся к ним с тем, чтобы были бы пересмотрены заново отношения между гражданским обществом, его потенциалом и Евросоюзом. Во всяком случае, Евросоюз воспринимается, пока еще воспринимается среди народов, как одна из институтов, которые доверяют, который ведет более честную политику. Хотя, должна сказать, что недавно, в этом году, господин Морозов приезжал в Азербайджан, и о ценности прав человека, демократии и разрешения конфликта он упомянул, но при этом он не встречался с представителями гражданского общества, и скажу откровенно, что упоминание было мельком. И нам необходимо создавать глобальное гражданское общество. И мне кажется, что хорошей платформой для этого является как раз вот тот формат, который существует, это форма гражданского общества в рамках Восточного партнерства. И разработанные какие-то концепции вокруг этого есть. Его разрабатывали очень известные имена Мэри Калтер, Нитян Фабер, и Мэри Калтер делала это, кстати, вместе с Хавьером Соланой в свое время. И я думаю, что я должна сделать этот призыв, что политика, наконец, должна быть моральной. И мы в рамках нашего гражданского форума мы можем взять на себя эту инициативу по подготовке механизмов рекомендаций в связи с этим. Большое спасибо за ваше внимание.
Большое спасибо, госпожа Абдулаева. Мы очень ценим и преклоняемся за трудную, очень серьезную борьбу, которую вы ведете за права человека, за демократию в вашей стране. Очень печально смотреть, когда арестовывают и хотят наши коллеги, люди из гражданского общества, в том числе журналисты. И это очень печально. Мы очень любим и уважаем всех, особенно мы очень любим и азербайджанский народ, и будущему, демократичному, и таким, как вы высказались, вы нарисовали свою страну в будущем. И опять-таки большое спасибо. И я хочу перейти на следующий этап, пригласить выступающих в следующей панели по правам человека. Большое спасибо.
Before we start this panel, I want to say something on behalf really of the Forum and the Steering Committee. One to welcome you. I'm Jeff Lovett, one of the co-chairs and the Working Group 1 coordinator. And I wanted to say it because you may have seen some concern and nervousness about the poster outside put up by People in Need about Azerbaijan political prisoners. And we have a panel on human rights, and that's been very much the focus of this year's forum. And I think it's particularly important because Anna Mamadli, one of the Working Group 1 coordinators last year, is one of those in political prison. And I think there's a lot of pressure under our Azerbaijani colleagues. Some from the forum are in prison, some are in exile, others are under a lot of pressure with bank accounts frozen. And The nervousness among some of the Azerbaijani participants is a direct result of that pressure from the government. And I think it's very important that we share with our Azerbaijani colleagues that we understand the level of pressure they're under. And because of that, at this forum, we will not be resisting, we will not be succumbing to any government pressure from Azerbaijan to freedom of expression at the forum. And I think it's very important that we stress that, because the pressure is immense in Azerbaijan at the moment. Okay, we have an announcement from Boris.
Hello, my name is Boris Novospajan. I'm president of Yerevan Press Club, and still for some hours national facilitator of the civil society for Armenia. As you know, according to the agenda, we will have 3 types of elections during the forum. So for this, we need 12 assessors from those who are observers of this forum. Only those who are at the status of observer in this forum. So we would very much appreciate if we could select 12 assessors for the elections who will follow the process. So I'm sitting in this central part, the 6th row. So those who are volunteers, please come up to me to register as volunteer assessors. We would very much appreciate if those people speak both Russian and English, or at least 6 of them speak English and Russian. So thank you very much. I'm sitting in the 6th row. Please, during this session, come up to me and I will register them. And after this session, we will have instructions for the assessors what they have to do in all these 3 types of elections. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks a lot. Everything seems to be working. We will not get stuck here. We're all live, and we hope to catch up also on the time so that you'll get your lunch in time with hopefully a very interesting panel on an issue that matters more now than ever. Human rights in our region. My name is Gerhard Knaus. I'm the chairman of a Berlin, Istanbul-based NGO, the European Stability Initiative. And we have here 4 panelists who will discuss with us the question of focus at a time of deterioration. Now, we already had 2 interventions, 2 short ones this morning, which hinted at the problem. The irony is that at this moment, we are reminded, of course, always of the great giants of the European human rights movement, the dissidents, Václav Havel and Andrei Sakharov and others. We are reminded of them because all the big human rights prizes in Europe are carrying their names. And the irony is that at this moment, this year, these prizes have largely gone to people from the Eastern Neighbourhood region. Anna Mammadli's name has been mentioned. He won the Council of Europe Václav Havel Prize this year. But he's in jail. Leyla Yunus was one of 3 finalists for the European Parliament Sakharov Prize, which appreciates work for human rights worldwide, one of 3. She's in jail. And last week I came back from Oslo, where the Norwegian Helsinki Committee was giving its Sakharov Prize, which was established in coordination with Andrei Sakharov in 1980, to the political prisoners in Azerbaijan. Of course, by definition, they're in jail. Now, the irony, and this I think is what is captured in the title, the word deterioration. The irony is that at this very moment, when human rights are under stress, Europe seems to be waking up. There seems to be growing interest in what is happening in this region. Suddenly we have Azerbaijanis and others becoming household names in European politics. And if this continues, then in 2 years we will talk about Anna Mammadli and Leyla Yunus and many others in the way we talked about the people of Charter 77 or the Polish Solidarity a few decades ago. But this was not supposed to happen. We were not supposed to talk about dissidents and the power of the powerless in 2014. So what is happening? At the same time, we had the dramatic events in Ukraine, which of course inspire both hope and fear. Hope for the strong role of civil society and fear for the return of war, and scenes that again we remember from the Balkans in the 1990s. So what is Europe going to do? What is the role of civil society? And what, given that all these arrests have happened in Azerbaijan while it chaired the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, paralyzing what used to be the premier human rights institution in Europe, the Council of Europe. What can the European Union do? Which of course is also committed to human rights, which has tools, which has interests, and above all, which has values. But which until now, as we've seen, has not always been very effective, everywhere at least, to put them into practice. To discuss these and other issues, focusing on the question of what's deteriorating and what the EU should refocus on, we have 4 panelists from the EU, and interestingly and of course logically from Sweden, a country that has not only played a leading role in establishing the Eastern Partnership, but also has played a leading role in pushing the human rights discourse, both in the Council of Europe and in the EU. So we are very happy to have Ambassador Martin Hagström here. Then we have representatives from the region and from civil society, Shala Ismail from the Women's Association for Rational Development in Azerbaijan, Alexandra Delevenchuk from Euromaidan, SOS, and of course Artur Sakot from the Helsinki Citizens Assembly in Banazor, Armenia. Let us proceed in the order of the program. 8 minutes maximum, I suggested, because we are late and we do want to have a little bit of debate. And let's start first with Martin Hagström.
So, yes.
If you can do it in 5 minutes, it's also good, because I've heard something. But 8 minutes I'll cover.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me first say that I think that you described the challenges that we are facing very well. And I also wanted to say to the Azerbaijani colleague that of course we are very aware of the situation in your country. First of all, I just wanted to, since I'm the first speaker from an EU member state from the EU, who is here in person, I just wanted to say that I'm very happy to be here. This is actually my 4th civil society forum that I visit, and was also a little bit involved in the organization of the first civil society forum, which took place during the Swedish EU presidency back in 2009 in Brussels. And I think it has been very interesting to follow the development of this forum and how it has evolved, to my understanding, into a more self-assured forum, which is ready to take its place in the Eastern Partnership process. So I would, maybe this looks different from where you sit. I would be happy to follow discussions over these days here. But I would say that quite a lot has happened since we started this process, or since you started it, and we were happy also to participate, and have been happy to participate along the way. And it will be very interesting to see how you decide to develop this forum further at this meeting today. I see a lot of untapped potential. I think what was mentioned here earlier about putting a more forceful civil society message on the table for us, for the government representatives. I think this is something that, at least from us, from Sweden's side, and I'm sure from the EU side, we would be very happy to get from you, and see as a very important contribution to the development of the Eastern Partnership and our relations. We are very eager to listen, and from Sweden's side I can assure you that we are also very happy to help you if that is needed to get these messages across on the multilateral state cooperation level. So also on the Eastern Partnership, I get some questions also in the reception yesterday about, what about the Eastern Partnership now? Will it fall apart? Is it still a useful format? I want to assure you also again that from Sweden's side and again from the EU side, the answer is very clear, that we see this still as a very useful and very important format, and that from our perspective it is very important to keep it together. I think this very forum, this very cooperation between civil society organizations from all over the region is part of the answer why this is so important, and why we see still lots of use in cooperating between these countries that have chosen very different paths in several respects, but where many of the challenges continue to be the same. I think here it's clear that Eastern Partnership is definitely, well, to me it's clear that Eastern Partnership is definitely not the problem here. Eastern Partnership, and what is the Eastern Partnership? It's more cooperation between the EU and your countries, and the people in your countries. It's about EU approximation, it's about EU support and conditionality linked to that support, putting clear demands on your countries in exchange for taking steps forward is very much part of the solution. This very gathering again, I think, is very much part of this. And I'm aware that for some of you, this also entails some risks engaging with the EU in this way. So at the same time, I think, and here again, here is where the civil society so much comes in. I mean, the real power that can change things in your countries for real, the real movement, it has always to be internal. What the EU and what we as member states can do is only so much. We can support, we can, and we do have big support programs, we can make statements, we can discuss the situation of human rights with your leaders, we meet with them. But the real movement for change always has to be internal. There has to be political will, there has to be an ability to see beyond the interests of the few, see beyond the interests of maybe an oligarchic power structure that we have in some of the countries. There has to be strong public support. There has to be an openness for change. And here also is where the civil society, I think, very much comes in. Because you can be instrumental in building that strong public support and in fostering that openness for changing things in your society. So I've almost used all my 8 minutes, and now I come to the theme of the panel, human rights. So as I said, very much agree with what you said. The situation in the region is not good. It's very different in different countries, very different challenges. And I'm sure that we will hear more about the different challenges in the different countries here. I'm happy to comment more in individual country cases later on, but it's clear that there are problems to be tackled everywhere. We have the problem of political prisoners that we see in several of your countries. We have restrictions on freedom of speech, restrictions of freedom of association and assembly. One issue that I would also like to raise here, which has not so much been the focus previously or previous forums, but I see now that there are a number of organizations here that focus on this, is the issue of gender equality, where women in particular are not protected from domestic violence and some other practices. They're not allowed to take their place, their rightful place in leading developments in their countries. I may be mistaken in one or two cases, but I think as a rule, your countries are among the worst in Europe when it comes to female representation in parliament. There are no women presidents or prime ministers in your countries. And of course the pay gap, the gap in salaries between women and men is big. This is also true for EU member states, including my own country, but we are trying to work on this, and there are some Swedish organizations here that deal with this issue, and I will take the opportunity to talk to them. Another important issue, which is also very much linked to coming closer to the EU, is anti-discrimination. This is very high on the agenda given the visa liberalization processes. This is about not discriminating against any minorities, so be it ethnical, be it religious, or based on sexual orientation. And this is also an issue which is very much about the commitments that your countries have taken upon themselves in forums like the UN or the Council of Europe or the Eastern Partnership. And again, there are Swedish organizations that are present here today that would be, I'm sure, interested to discuss how cooperation can be taken further into this area. So, just to round up, yes, has the Eastern Partnership helped? And what can be done? So I think, well, has it helped? Yes, it's part of the solution. I think it's a forum where we have all of your leaders have signed up on 3 summit declarations, where it clearly states that the basis of cooperation is common values, human rights, fundamental freedoms. And human rights are important parts of any document that the EU has signed with your countries. And also the EU has an approach which is called more for more. It means that countries that do more progress in the area of human rights and democracy will also get more support from the EU. This is part of this conditionality. So on the implementation side, there are many problems. We don't see the kind of implementation that we would have liked to see. I don't think it's all back. I think we have seen progress, in particular in the 3 countries that have signed association agreement and deep and comprehensive free trade areas. And I hope to see much more progress there, because the agreements themselves, they are a roadmap for reforms, and we will monitor this. I hope that you will monitor this very closely, how these reforms are implemented. In the countries that are less interested in coming closer to the EU, we do see less progress. That is clear. And this is also an area where this functionality and incentives are less, that is kind of the basis of the Eastern Partnership are less clear how we can make them work. But we continue to work with all the instruments that we have. So I think, again, just then to round up, I'm aware of your story. Real change can only come from within. Civil society, very, very important. We will use whatever options we have when it comes to support political dialogue to support you in this process. But I think one area that I would like to highlight is the need for awareness raising in your countries about the kind of commitments that your countries have taken upon themselves, including in the format of the Eastern Partnership, where I would see an important role for the civil society. I think monitoring and using these commitments of your countries is another area where I think there is a clear role, possible role for civil society for putting pressure on countries regarding the implementation. And again, I think that this platform, this civil society forum, is important. It gives you a place at the table in a big number of meetings on intergovernmental level. The Riga summit is coming. We are very interested to hear your ideas on what these partnerships should be about in the future, what areas we should focus on. Use this platform to influence us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, a few issues raised, political prisoners, gender equality and discrimination. I'm sure we'll discuss them more, but now let's head to our region itself, to Shala Ismail from Azerbaijan.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, it's not working. Can we get another one?
to have this opportunity to speak. This is the 6th forum, but this is only my first time here in this civil society forum. And I believe if I managed to be in one of the previous years, my speech would be completely different from this one. However, we are, as it has already been mentioned, in a very sad state where in Azerbaijan there is a number of negative trends which is according to our concern. Well, as you correctly mentioned, the word deterioration actually captures us to a certain framework, but I would like to focus more on the confrontation, because deterioration is obviously, we can list a lot which has happened and we have already listed them, but what is of bigger concern for me personally is the huge confrontation environment in our country at the moment. And let us see confrontation in which areas. Confrontation, first of all, between the civil society and the government. What lies at the bottom of this confrontation? From the very beginning, the non-governmental was perceived by the government as anti-governmental. And I believe that was the cornerstone, the beginning, the foundations of all the negative trends which we observe at the moment. The second confrontation is happening between the civil society and the public as such. Do NGOs in Azerbaijan have access to public, to wider public? Do we have positive reputation within the society? Whether media helps us? Whether we have access to the media as such? And if we have the access, how the media portrays NGOs. Whether the civil society really makes huge contributions. So that's also a big question mark. And the third growing confrontation, which personally is very heavy to me to talk about, is the confrontation within the civil society. We have a very big fragmentation inside. We have a big division. There are the organizations which obviously tolerate what is ongoing, and those who are criticizing what is ongoing. But unfortunately, the breakdown is not as simple as this. It's not just pro-governmental and NGOs. It's not Congos and NGOs. We have a variety of NGO types in Azerbaijan. These are Gringos, business NGOs, Mongols, my own NGOs, Mongols, mafia NGOs, Congos, computer NGOs. Well, it sounds as an anecdote, but this is our truth. And unfortunately, it is very hard now to identify who is who. And now with this growing pressure and growing difficult environment, legal environment in Azerbaijan, because the laws related to the NGO activity has deteriorated, has been amended several times, and practically it has become very difficult to work for the NGOs in Azerbaijan, not only for NGOs but also for international organizations and donors with the most recent amendment. If you could decide from that, I understand the concern of the government also to identify who is who. So let us see that these reforms, let us assume that these reforms are for certain cleaning ups. And then the dilemma is, within the civil society, how is it perceived to work with the government? If all the funding available or all the cooperation available is replaced by the governmental funding and governmental support, that is fine, nothing wrong in that. But how is it perceived inside of the sector? Is working with the government or for the government perceived positively? What is this delicate border? How can we manage to stay strong, independent, and at the same time constructive and cooperative with the government? What is wrong here? Another thing, financial sustainability, which is of course crucial for our operation. If we want to have some other independent sources of funding, and in case the international funding is less available now, whether the NGOs can sustain themselves, can make income generation, can enter into the commercial contracts with the non-profit, within this non-profit framework, of course. Well, I come back to this confrontation between the civil society and the public now. Whether the public is ready to pay for our services, do we really meet their needs, and whether we could have this social order from the public to be able to sustain us even without the governmental funding. So as you can see, there are more questions than answers. And to tell the truth, the big concern now in Azerbaijan is felt in every single organization. Even those who are so-called pro-governmental or loyal to the government, even they do not know what their future will be. At the moment, the most important is to survive. Physically, financially, but most important, morally. To stick to the principles of human rights, to ensure that we do not escape from the country, we do not leave the country. Unfortunately, we see this trend as well. And also to be able to sit on the common table with all the sectors, including the government, and actually put our concerns on the table and be able to talk about them. So this is where we need you, international community. This is where we need you. We need you, we recognize you as a very important international actor which is able, which has all the power and the big reputation inside our countries to put your will on the table as well. And we don't want you just to observe the processes. We want you to be the active participant of what is going on. Otherwise, that would be too late. If you are talking about the civil society, I believe you also want to see it stronger on the message. Please, help us with this dialogue. This is my message. Thank you.
Thanks very much for describing the dilemmas that face any organization now in Azerbaijan, and I think it's particularly true for human rights organizations, which in some ways are, of course, under the most pressure. Now here's a very different situation. The other end of the Eastern Partnership, Ukraine. Give us a sense of what you see as the major trends.
Okay, it's good. So hello, my name is Sasha Milanchuk, and I was represented here as representative of Euromaidan SOS. Euromaidan SOS was a volunteer initiative. No, it's working, but it's not too much. It was a voluntary initiative which was born, I think it would be better like this. I'm not very well with techniques. So, Euromaidan SS was a voluntary initiative which was born together with the protests at Maidan in Ukraine 1 year ago, but in real life my day job is with Human Rights Protection Organization Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine and also with the Eastern Partnership Minorities Network. I will be today here kind of devil's advocate because our distinguished moderator said that human rights matter now even more than always, but I should say that human rights matter always, really. And unfortunately, to my very deep regret, for many years since Eastern Partnership was established, many national platforms were neglecting the issue of human rights and trying not to put it on the agenda of the national platforms and avoid it in sake of cooperation and dialogue with the government. And we needed war in Ukraine and crack down on civil society in Azerbaijan to bring us here at this table and to make a human rights topic for panel 1 of this forum. A bit too late. Ukraine is going through unprecedented suffering only for 1 year. Only after Maidan, protests at Maidan, we had 120 persons died, brutally slaughtered in the downtown of our capital by Yanukovych regime. 75 persons are still missing and most probably also dead, and nobody is brought to responsibility until now. Crimea, annexed by Russia, where ethnic cleansing is ongoing, and I know that at my place it was supposed to be Mustafa Jamilov, leader of Crimean Tatars, and person who struggled for human rights back in USSR, who spent years in prison and who was on the longest hunger strike among political prisoners in USSR. Now he is deprived access to Crimea, to his own home and to his own people. And as I said, ethnic cleansing is ongoing in Crimea against Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians. People are being enforced disappeared, tortured, and beheaded even. Eastern Ukraine. And somebody mentioned here at the panel that we are in the fear of war. We are not in the fear of war. There is war going on in Europe, and we need to face it. And it's going on in Ukraine. And it's already, according to the official data of the Ukrainian government, it's already 2,000 persons who perished in this war on the Ukrainian side. And according to the information collected by mothers of soldiers and other Russian NGOs, approximately the same amount of people was killed on the side of Russia. Nevertheless, Russia does not acknowledge that they are sending troops to Ukraine. I don't even know how many people have been wounded and how many people became disabled because of this war. And unfortunately, the burden of this war is again put on the shoulders of civil society in Ukraine. Civil society is hosting IDPs, feeding them, collecting money, raise funds, and our government is doing nothing. They need half a year to adopt a law about internally displaced persons. What is going on in the east of Ukraine, I think it's very hard to comprehend. It's even not Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Transnistria, or Karabakh. It's a territory where warlords, like those about which we heard from Africa, are fighting with each other, taking hostages, torturing people, and from recently establishing a capital punishment on the territory of their republics and starting just to execute people on the daily basis, dozens of people, on different charges, like even sometimes just being not so liked by their neighbors. So what is going on in Ukraine is really, really bad, and we need to face it. That it's a new stage in the history of Europe. But I also want to touch upon what was done by European institutions in Ukraine before and after events of last year. I understand that there is a politics, and you need to negotiate. You need to negotiate with Lukashenko, you need to negotiate with Aliyev, with Berdimuhamedov, and etc. But very often in negotiations with our governments, European institutions are neglecting the issues of human rights. And they think that maybe human rights are not so much important in comparison to the pipelines, oil, gas, and whatever. But in the end, human rights are the most important thing, and you see it now in Ukraine. What happened in Ukraine, it's a consequence of years of neglections of human rights issue in the politics. And we are always saying that, please, even to the new government, even with regard to the fact that the new government of Ukraine is struggling with very complicated conditions, but even for them, please give more for more and less for less. Until they ratify Rome Statute, until they punish people who were involved in the mass killings of protesters, until they reform law enforcement, until they reform prosecutor's office, until they reform non-discrimination legislation, don't give them anything. And if you give them something, please involve civil society in scrutiny over them. And the last point, shortly before ratification of the association agreement with Ukraine, Commissioner Füle was in Kiev, and he had a meeting with civil society, and he had a variety of NGOs working on different issues. And he spent an hour talking with NGOs, working on very important issues, yes, very important, ecology, elections, gender equality, etc. All these issues are important. But for the 3 human rights protection organizations, he left 3 minutes in there. And he said, you have a minute. And I said, dear Mr. Commissioner, unfortunately during this minute, I cannot say all what I want to say about suffering of people in this country and about their violated rights, but I will just remind you that what happened in Ukraine was called a revolution of dignity. And the main slogan of this revolution was, human rights are above all. And I just kindly want to remind you that human rights are above all.
Thanks a lot, both for reminding us of how serious the situation is in Ukraine and for reminding us of what inspired the big changes earlier this year. Having spent 10 years working in the Balkans in the 1990s, this world of warlords does remind me of something we've seen in Europe, but again, we thought it was behind us when the wars in the Balkans ended. But of course, one thing that you hinted at, which did work in the Balkans, in the end was international justice, which brought some of those warlords to trial, and some of them are still standing trial today in The Hague. Let's go to our last speaker, Artur Sakunst from the Helsinki Citizen Assembly. Does this work? It does work. I think actually, let's move to Swedish one over.
Спасибо. Я сейчас вспомнил самом первом форуме гражданского общества в Брюсселе, когда был уже начат процесс. Я задал один вопрос, я помню, тогдашнему фасилитатору, насчет как с Россией вообще в этом процессе восточного партнерства российский фактор как-то учитывается. Нет, я помню очень интересная такая реакция, это такое умалчивание. То есть здесь мы не рассматриваем вообще какое-то влияние российского фактора на реализацию проекта программы Восточного партнерства. И, к сожалению, это умалчивание привело к тому, что мы оказались там, где сейчас находимся. Второй, который я хочу сказать, характеризующий параметр, в каких странах или какие страны все-таки смогли проявить волю и подписать ассоциационный договор. Молдова, Украина и Грузия, там эти страны, которые за период независимости власть изменилась. Через выборов или через народные гражданские протесты. В Беларуси, в Азербайджане, в Армении по сущности власть передавалась или по наследству, или посмертно, или же насилие был заставлен, чтобы власть был принужден поставлен там другой человек. Да? Единственное было, когда дворцовый переворот в Армении в 1998 году вынудили Конституцию, а потом Роберт Кочанян в 2008 году, 1 марта, применяя силу, поставить на свое место своего соратника, притом обе были властные правители, то есть не второстепенные личности. Это тоже очень знаменательно. О всех проблемах, когда здесь упомянула Саша, периодически мы говорили, что так называемые демократические изменения в нашей стране это имитационные. Конечно, Серж совсем любил в последнее время упомянуть, поэтому на бумагах все хорошо. Да, на бумагах все хорошо, и все не слышно. На бумагах все нормально, и на этих бумагах же и наши европейские партнеры, и международные партнеры считали и принимали отчеты о выполнении обязательств. Роль гражданского общества не только мониторить, но и мониторили, не только собирать факты, и это тоже сделали, но также влиять на ситуацию. А как влиять на изменение ситуации? Как добиться того, чтобы властные структуры были подотчетны? Только опять с помощью не только национальных механизмов, но и международных механизмов также. Но мы видим, что международные механизмы тоже имитационно иногда подходили к нашим проблемам. Я хочу привести конкретный пример. Значит, я уже упомянул 1 марта 2008 года, когда среди бела дня в Ереване 10 человек были убиты из участников мирных протестов, которые выступали против фальсификации результатов президентских выборов. После этого, несмотря на то, что все наши требования о том, чтобы были проведены расследования и выявлены виновники, несмотря на то, что виновники явно были, это власти, представители власти, да, продолжался процесс ассоциативного договора с теми за это преступление. Естественно, перед Вильнюсом эти же те, которые нарушали систематические права человека, они же отказались. И поставили перед фактом. И после этого начинает так, очень неожиданно. Ничего неожиданного нет. Расплатители, когда встретились с нашим институтом гражданского общества, был в шоке, да, как это может быть за один день человек изменяет полиции. Он уже давно изменил. Просто на бумагах все время представить, что все реализуется, все хорошо. И все наши предупреждения, все наши отчеты в рамках гражданского форума, также доклады о ситуации прав человека, они реально, к сожалению, не имели на измененную позицию. Следующий вопрос, это я хочу отметить, что кроме национальных таких факторов на национальном уровне, которые мы имеем как угрозы или факторы, которые отрицательно влияют на ситуацию прав человека, то есть несостоявшиеся институты, государственные правовые институты, отсутствие независимой судебной системы. Все это к этому прибавилось также внешний фактор, который тоже, к сожалению, в международном отношениях достаточно внимания не было уделено. То есть все авторитарные вот эти режимы в лице Кремля нашли своего такого пособника или защитника. И маленькие режимы авторитарные получили свою поддержку в лице нового такого международного интернационала во главе Путина. А раньше же что, в России не было проблем? Геноцид по отношению чеченского народа. А это тоже достаточно не было уделено внимания. А что, раньше в России не было системных нарушений прав человека? Конечно, было. Это влияло на позицию политику европейского сообщества по отношению не было. И только когда, как русская пословица, пока гром не гремит, мужик не перекрестится, сейчас вдруг появилась аннексия Крыма, агрессия против Украины, вдруг начали шевелиться. Извините, до этого все было. Не надо было допустить того, чтобы это систематизировалось, получили концептуальную какую-то формулировку в лице Евразийского такого-то экономического союза, до этого таможенного союза, то есть разные такие. Это приобрело такой международный масштаб, и сейчас начинает там, видите, уже угрозы. Угрозы всегда были. И об этом угрозе всегда поднимали вопрос. Оповещали. То, что в свое время не усмотрели, а сейчас приходится пожинать плоды нашего, может быть, умышленного не внимания или такого подходящего внимания на эту проблему. И сейчас получается, что мои друзья оказываются в тюрьмах в Азербайджане. Вопрос не только, а что, их там Алиев все время нарушал? Нарушал. А сейчас у него очень хорошая поддержка вице-Путина. У Северина хорошая поддержка вице-Путина. А с ними же переговаривали. Я не знаю, честно говоря, как должен вести себя Европейский Союз. Я знаю, что мы должны делать. Мы должны продолжать работать, так и как работать, естественно. Собирать факты, выступать против всех действий, которые нарушают достоинство человека в наших странах. Но все-таки надо заметить то, что позиция Европейского Союза и Соединенных Штатов с точки зрения продолжения санкций против путинской России, она не будет ослаблена. Как в свое время, это уже испытанная модель, которая была реализована президентом Рейганом после формулировки, что Советский Союз перестал. Вот этот модель должен продолжиться. Потому что по-другому невозможно выйти из этой ситуации. Одно дело, когда мы в рамках наших национальных государств можем выступить и работать, а другое дело против такой системы, которая имеет транснациональный, криминальный, коррумпированный характер во главе, значит, Кремля. Это не в силах отдельных стран. Это однозначно правда. Поэтому здесь ответственность международных тех структур, которые стоят на позициях прав человека, верховенства права и демократии, намного увеличивается, потому что это получилось в результате непроделанной работы до этого периода. Упущений, которое привело к тому ситуации, в которой сейчас мы находимся. Я думаю, очень много, конечно, вопросов, которые есть, нам нужно еще больше думать и больше конкретную практики и стратегии разрабатывать в наших ситуациях. Но я в конце хочу от моего имени, я думаю, приветствовать, не то чтобы передать приветствие наших друзей, как все, чтобы они сохранили свою стойкость и говорили, что мы с ними. По именам я уже не буду перечислять. И, конечно, за скорейшего освобождения, все зависит от нас. Спасибо большое.
Thanks a lot. We've had a lot of very strong presentations, and I think there are a few common themes that emerge from all of them. Certainly, that it would have been better to pay attention to human rights earlier, but of course this is the first panel, so this lesson has obviously, at least the Civil Society Forum, has been learned. Secondly, the importance of political prisoners has been stressed. I think that it might be useful to really mobilize across Europe for a Europe without political prisoners, including all the Eastern Partnership countries, and put this on the agenda even stronger than it is now. And then we've also heard from Shala Ismail about the closing space and the challenges of legal reforms, of funding restrictions, which make it increasingly difficult for independent civil society to work and put lots of difficult choices before them how to survive, as she said, physically, financially, and morally. It would be really interesting, I would like to bring you back in for 1 minute, because now we've had some of the NGOs, some very impressive assessments. What do you think the EU and a country like Sweden, which cares about human rights within the EU, can do to address those issues that we've just listened to? We need the Swedish back.
It's working.
Is it just us?
It's working.
Yes. Okay. Okay? Yes. Right.
Yes, it is working, yes? No?
Bring closer.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
We hear you.
Closer.
We hear you.
You hear me?
Yeah.
And interpreters hear me?
No.
Very good. Okay, yeah, no, from my side, I mean, I listened very attentively, of course, to what has been said here. I touched upon it already in my short intervention, or long intervention, that
We can't hear.
cannot hear. Okay. Yes. No. What I want. Yes. What I wanted to say is that we, of course, from Sweden's side and from EU side, we try to help, try to assist in this situation. We are aware of developments. We do follow what is happening very closely in this area. From Sweden's side, we have a bilateral development cooperation program which covers all 6 countries where human rights issues are very important. So that's how we try to work with this. This means both working with, well, in particular working with civil society organizations, including, I think, some of the organizations that are present here, but also to work, for example, with universities on education programs in the area of human rights and other programs, including areas like independence of judiciary, fight against corruption, areas that are very closely linked to the enjoyment of human rights. And of course, we also use other instruments we have, like the political dialogue, the contacts we have with leaders in your countries, both bilaterally and multilaterally. We make statements, particularly on the EU level. We make statements. So there have been many statements, public statements made in different forums regarding these arrests of human rights defenders in your countries, the situation of political prisoners. They are all publicly available for everyone to see. For example, on the webpage of the EU delegation to the OSCE, and so on other web pages. We also make national statements occasionally, even though, at least from Sweden's side, we believe that when there is an EU statement, we will normally not make a Swedish one, because that would make it unclear whether we stand by all EU statements, and we do. So those are some of the things that we do. But as I said, I think that there is a limit to what the outside world can achieve. We can do, and we try to do what we can. But the real movement for change, the real voices for change, has to be internal ones. This is my deep conviction. And this is, I think, what happened in Ukraine, for example. It was internal forces that changed the situation, not external forces. And I also believe that I don't think anyone questioned that really now here, but still would like to say that we believe that having contacts with all governments is better than having no contacts, because if we isolate fully and have no contacts, then we have no avenue of dialogue, we have no opportunity to raise the concerns that we have. So we don't think that full isolation is the way forward. Maybe no one thinks that, but I just wanted to say that. And we have not forgotten, I mean, some of the issues that have been brought up here, what happened after the presidential elections in Armenia in 2008, this is brought up by the EU and by EU member states when we have the opportunity, when we have the occasion to meet with leaders from Armenia. And we are as maybe not as frustrated frustrated, but we are also frustrated that we see no clear progress there.
So I'm getting signals. We have until 12 o'clock, right? And then there is lunch. I do wonder if we shouldn't take 2 or 3 shortened question or interventions from the floor or not. We don't have time. Yes. Well, let's take. Well, why did you come?
Okay.
But let's make it really short.
Okay,
so that we
may I
don't-
use microphone?
Yes, I think you.
Thank you.
And introduce yourself.
Tamak International Media Development Foundation from Georgia. Since Georgia is not present at the panel, I would like to remind some temporary challenges regarding human rights and focus mainly on minority rights. Georgian government adopted very progressive legislation on anti-discrimination, which was welcomed by civil society organizations. But unfortunately, provisions of law rarely applied in practice. Over 2 years, we have seen increased number of religious tensions, especially against Muslim community in Georgia. Rights of LGBT groups are violated, and state fails to address these problems and punish perpetrators. And impunity of perpetrators is a main challenge, and hate speech, media and political discourse as well. I'd like just to draw your attention on these problems with the challenge for security situation for Georgia as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Krzysztof Wodnicki from Poland, from Georgia Foundation. I just wanted to say that it's worse than the European Union protesting about what is happening in a place like Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is also being very aggressive towards European Union countries. In Poland, in Krakow Foundation gave a prize to Yunus, sorry, I always get it wrong. And the Azeri ambassador in Warsaw phoned all the members of the jury in Poland, including the representative of the President of Poland, demanding to know how they had voted, and protesting and complaining that they had voted to give this prize. So they are going outside. Today in this building, we have members of the Azerbaijani delegation who are trying to destroy posters of the People in Need organization that depict the situation in Azerbaijan. One of them threw himself at Christina Vacinaite, which is a heroic act, but very aggressive. So it's not just that the European Union isn't doing enough. Countries like Azerbaijan are trying to influence actively the situation inside the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Plamena Borisova. I'm representing Bulgarian Environmental NGO, and I have a few comments, very brief comments, questions, and requests. Arzu, I very much appreciated your presentation, particularly about the model of the civil society organization, because this is a very important issue. Shala, you mentioned something about new classification of the civil society organizations, and I would appreciate to hear it again because some of them I didn't hear. And Sasha pointed out very carefully some of the problems that we should concentrate in our discussions. Martin, thank you very much for your really practical directions concerning our future possible actions, because the priorities of the Swedish government are very interesting, and we really can find out how to cooperate and of course how to get some assistance from the Swedish government.
Okay.
Arthur, Arthur, thank you very much. We have to make discussions and conclusions based on real facts, not just propaganda, information. It's very difficult to find out which is a real fact. And we talk about human rights, but we didn't mention human responsibilities. Lack of responsibilities create the impression of the civil society and the people that they just have the rights, and then no democracy. So, what else? And the last, please not be a court. Take the role of a court. Let's not pretend that we are judges. We are just members, representatives of civil society organizations. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. For the last statement from the...
Thank you very much. Actually, to be honest, I have to inform you about the positive dynamic on human rights expression now. Because it was initiated by Mr. Youngman, former Youngman, who is General Secretary of Europe. It's about establishing a steering group for political prisoners. Actually, in Azerbaijan, this has to be the group collaborated between the government of and civil society, mostly on human rights. And it was established. 2 meetings passed already, and now it's some kind of promises that the few Christmas maybe will be released. I cannot say how many of them will be released, but first of all, because I'm not the member of the group, and we first of all discussed about releasing of people who had great disease, first of all, and other people who human rights defenders are policy. And the regular department always
Well, we all hope this will come about.
There was, I think we are heading for 12 o'clock. There was one question that was addressed to you.
The classification which I mentioned, this is of course not the official terminology, but this has already entered our language because we obviously see this in the society. So just listing them, this is GONGO, governmental NGO, this is BINGO, business NGO, MANGO, Mafia NGO, MONGO, my own NGO, and CONGO, computer NGO. The names are self-explanatory.
If you remember one thing from this panel, besides the very strong messages from our panelists in this qualification, I think what we've seen here is that it's the right decision to put human rights at the center of these discussions. Because in the end, for all the issues we care about, if people don't have the basic rights to speak, to assemble, to organize, to challenge the government, if they end up in jail, the other rights don't mean that much. And I think what we've also seen in recent months is that the whole architecture of human rights protection in Europe is put to the test. I mean, we have more institutions working on human rights in Europe than ever in history. I mean, the Council of Europe, the OECD, every government, the EU, human rights envoys. And yet, with many of the recent deterioration that we've described and seen, these institutions have appeared powerless, impotent, sometimes even captured by the autocrats in Eastern Europe. And this has made the work of human rights defenders in those countries sometimes even more difficult. So this is a test, I think, for everyone, and it can only be met if fora like this one put it at the center of their debates, and in particular to take up the challenge that Arthur raised, which is what to do now. And we know that there have been failures, but looking forward, what are the things that should happen, particularly from the side of the EU. I want to thank all our speakers for their very interesting and concise statements, and you for your patience. And I think there'll be one announcement, and then there'll be lunch. Thank you.
No announcement. Okay, no announcement.
Siberia. kokios bus čia tokie paneliai?
Trečiam rūme bus kitas, kur Kristina veda.
Nu, trečiam, o čia pirmas. Nu, kažkuris.
Are you sure? Try to let me think of it.
Okay, so you will be back. I need to adapt to this. I need to. Против нас?
Ну, против них.
А мы, да?
Зрим, что совпало. Sistemle, wie wurde das dann geholt? Chapin.
А вот смотри, уже заносится на выставку, уже też najlepszy dużo energii,
Що є хороший конфлікт. Організація є така
спокойно
знаешь, реклама для этой выставки. Я так очень так, знаешь, где-то надо. Но это, когда есть конфликт, всегда хорошо. Иногда хорошо, когда есть конфликт. Потому что конфликта можно...
Belirtinler çiçeğine de. Sen belirtinler sorunda çiçeğine. Çö. Şurada operatora sen
Kabul ettim.
იცი რომელია კენონებით რომელი ჩდება ეს ვაიერლესი ჯერკიანი ეკებით რომელი ჩდება ის არა
This report, it goes from one of these computers to this one.
So I should maybe put it on a USB. If I have a PowerPoint, I haven't done it.
Now what we're going to do, so that was the question for your, when you were talking, this kind of like a slideshow with all the pictures.
You will do that.
So if this thing will work, then the idea is that this will be the slideshow, yeah? But it's just a slideshow, right? With different pictures than when
No, I went to a PowerPoint, I'll just do it.
I mean, that's it. It's easier.
Άρα μισή μάχητα τα μοσουλήμα
It's YA.
με το μοιράβεις τα τάτους και θα τσέβει τα κάμαστε. Κάμε και το πέκα ρε.
Oh, you want to write?
No, I will go.
Hey.
These working groups. We stay here now in these breakout sessions.
Μόλις μαούγα μου αχαούτσαμε.
You may call it whatever you like. Again, Hamilton, wow, that completes this work. Yes, please.
I'll be your judge moderator. For two, yes, you're professionals. The other ones, I'll be more strict. We're looking at about 12
right side.
No, it's public speakers. That's public speakers who are more experienced. Well, this is true. But I'll send you working on
Like for yes, I even after one I made. Good, that's all right. Thanks for clarification. Yes, the secretary. Yes, yes. That is the point. Good. Very much appreciated. No. Speakers, some native speakers. Yes, it's Speak. No. Speak as you speak. Just. No matter. No. Human rights, equality, peace. Just open hands. Many thanks.
announcement here. Because there is no blue in that room.
Oh god, we need to help for a trip set. Just a sec.
I'll go for
Yeah.
Наверное, ни для кого не секрет. Место значение в нашем регионе. Последние более полгода, когда сначала в марте произошла аннексия России с территории Батumi, а затем сегодня началась сдерживаемая Россией война в власти. Безусловно, это существенно снижает активность международной безопасности в нашем регионе. Все процессы, которые касались социалистически невозможными нам назад, сейчас оказались вполне реальными, и на сегодняшний день, к сожалению, не видно, потому что минимального согласия, система международного права, которую выстраивали страны региона на протяжении 20 лет, ее больше не существует. Не существует общепринятых границ, не существует правил, не существует красных линий. Соответственно, эта ситуация крайне опасна, потому что мы видим, что то, что произошло, оно уже произошло, но последнего практически не сразу, и неизвестно, что принесет каким образом ситуация будет вообще происходить. То есть на сегодня у нас нет простого и быстрого. То есть мы, во-первых, должны готовы
Meeting room is on the left-hand side of the room. It's over there. It's over there. Yeah. Just say how to be.
Долгосрочные стратегии, которые ведет нас к новым действиям, которые мы приняли. На сегодняшний день. Политика, направленная на наказание. В данном случае в России не должно сложиться впечатление о том, что кто-то смирился с тем положением вещей, которое сложилось. Это не нет доказательств, если будет консолидированная позиция, в первую очередь европейскую, нас, партнеров, союзников, восточных партнеров, есть шансы добиться того развития событий, которое будет Александр Сушко, директор института.
Okay, I cannot change on this one because it's PDF, but I can change it later.
Yes, please.
It's supposed to be A and Y.
A and Y.
Excuse the delay in starting. Before we begin our session, and please note the importance and significance of today, looking at the Eastern Partnership in a new security environment, and most notably looking at the Russian factor. What we also want to do is to take an opportunity before we begin the panel and to introduce a short, important presentation on the need to adopt a list of assessors for the election. For this, we will turn it over to Ivana.
Hello, my name is Natalia Rashid, and I'm from the Secretariat of Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. So according to our procedures and our statements, as you know, all the elections to the steering committee of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum will be assessed and observed by independent observers. The people who are coming to the forum or coming here not in the capacity of participants can actually be selected for those positions, but as independent observers. So as first announced earlier, all volunteers, and we have here on the screens to the right and to the left the list of 12 volunteers who will be observing the elections and assessing the elections upon the approval If you have any problems with any of the listed people, please voice them. If no, let's vote. Are there any issues with any of the list that you see here? Yeah, probably not. Yeah, it's just the wrong spelling, I think, of the surname. But are there any concerns on the people and any possibility for conflict of interest for them? Okay, then can we, by show of hands, vote for in this panel? With a show of hands. Okay, and anybody against? Okay, so the Assembly adopted the list of the assessors who will be observing all the elections. Election to the national facilitators, election to working group coordinators, and to group coordinators. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Natalia. As we now proceed to our afternoon panel session, Eastern Partnership in a New Security Environment, with a focus on the Russian factor, we have a series of prominent and distinguished participants and speakers in this panel. Most notably, it is important to stress, as a director of an independent think tank myself, many in the think tank community are thinking too much about tanks and not enough about democracy and ideas. The new security environment is the most pressing challenge. And the new security landscape represents the most fundamental challenge facing us today. Now, our first speaker, Mr. Dirk Schubel, represents the European External Action Service. Dirk.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much. It doesn't work. I don't have the Swedish one, it seems. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Richard. Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm very, very happy to be here today at the 6th Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum. I'm not for the first time in Batumi, maybe I should say. I was here 25 years ago for the first time with the East German Youth Travel Agency. And at that time there were lights from Soviet warships circulating left and right across the sea to find out whether anybody had escaped or tried to escape to Turkey or not. So much on security at that time. The title of our panel refers specifically to the Russia factor, and I will talk, of course, about Russia. How can we not speak about Russia in this surrounding? But I wanted to take a bit of a wider look at the security issues and also at the role of civil society for security. You might think that security is a new thing for the European Union because the common foreign and security policy idea was only basically raised in 1992 for the first time in the Maastricht Treaty. However, security underpins the entire European project, as you will agree. The EU was not only created to remove trade barriers or to harmonize regulations, it was also created to bring peace in the first place to Europe and to give its citizens security after decades of conflict. We cannot be secure, we think, if our neighbors are not secure. So security, along with its siblings stability and prosperity, is a fundamental objective of the European Neighbourhood policy, including the Eastern Partnership. So how successful have we been so far in this? We have used various tools over the past 10 years to try to promote the issue of security in the EU's neighbourhood. I think it is fair to say that the results have been mixed. The EU's experience has been that stability has improved through integration and through adopting the EU, what we call acquis, meaning EU legislation. Stability leads to security and prosperity. Within the EU, regional conflicts are thankfully a thing of the past. Our tools have been successful also in the Balkans. But we cannot pretend that the neighborhood policy has brought much security to certain parts of our neighborhood. Large parts of the southern neighborhood are in a truly terrible state, let's be honest to ourselves. The EaP did little to correct the injustices which triggered the Arab Spring, and it has done little to end the conflicts which have grown out of the Arab Spring. Nor can we congratulate ourselves without reserve on the impact of the European neighborhood policy on the security of the Eastern Neighbourhood. Being still in the beginning, it did not prevent the 2008 conflict in Georgia. It has not contributed either to the resolution of the conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh, which looks in principle as dramatic as it has looked at any point over the last 20 years. Most seriously of all, some argue that it has been a factor in triggering the conflict in eastern Ukraine. And of course, it has been raising the stakes also in Moldova, where the Transnistria conflict is hanging like a sort of Damocles, if we may say so, about the Moldovan leadership. So, what can we learn from this? Is our approach completely wrong? Should the EU fundamentally review the Eastern Partnership and find a completely different way of promoting security in our neighborhood? You will not be surprised that I say that, of course, the argument that the Eastern Partnership is responsible for the conflict in Ukraine is complete nonsense. People took to Maidan, as we heard also in the previous panel, to express their dissatisfaction with the hyper-corrupt regime of Mr. Yanukovych that gave in to the Russian pressure to postpone then the signature of the association agreement. It would be at best simplistic and worst deceitful to blame the EU's neighbourhood policy for the conflicts in the region. I remain convinced that this is a powerful tool for security if we deploy it effectively and correctly. But we must also be conscious of its limitations and to reflect on how we can overcome these limitations. The EU has been successful in promoting security wherever we have been able to deploy our normative soft power tools to greatest effect. And for this to be successful, however, we need in the first place willing partners who are prepared to invest seriously in reforms and to reshape their societies and their economies. In North Africa and the Middle East, this has not been the case and is unlikely to be the case. In the Eastern Partnership, though, we have pursued an effective policy of political association and of economic integration. Not all our partners are willing to travel down this path with us. Belarus, Armenia, and also Azerbaijan have so far chosen a different direction. This accounts in part for the fact that the EU has not been able to play a major role in resolving the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And indeed, as I mentioned before, the conflict looks not as if it will be resolved in the near future. The lesson to learn for our review of the European neighbourhood policy, including the Eastern Partnership, is to have a much bigger differentiation between the countries, to make more tailor-made, much better the Eastern Partnership for the needs of each country. I will give you the example of Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijani leadership told us quite clearly they don't want to have an association agreement. They don't want to be associated with the EU because they see themselves on an equal path with the EU and they feel that the word association doesn't express this. Well, I wouldn't agree with this analysis. However, we have now internally, in principle, an agreement that we will continue our talks with the Azerbaijani leadership, not insisting anymore that the agreement should be called an association agreement. We will have other names. We will also take, of course, into consideration specific wishes. Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, however, they are willing partners, and there the EU has been able to deploy its most powerful tools. So why then do we also face situations of great insecurity in these countries? Well, that is where the Russia factor comes in. All things being equal, the EU's normative soft power tools will in due course bring stability and prosperity to these countries, and over time do much to diminish also the regional conflicts in the same way as they have diminished regional conflicts in other parts of Europe. In other words, if the economic situation is visibly different in the mother countries, if I may call it like this, Moldova, Georgia or Ukraine, people in Transnistria, in Abkhazia, in South Ossetia, but also in newly occupied eastern part of Ukraine will no longer want to be separated from the main country. But when a major power called the Russian Federation sees these normative tools as a direct threat to its own interests, or tries to sell at least that it is a major threat to its own interests, then this of course creates a completely new context. We have been trying to convince the Russian Federation to discuss the issue of Eastern Partnership many times before we fixed the agendas for our summits, for our bilateral EU-Russia summits in 2010, in 2011, in 2012. Russia was not interested in discussing Eastern Partnership at these summits. So then, as we see it, at some point in 2013, Moscow appears to have revised its view on the Eastern Partnership and now suddenly claims to perceive it as a threat. Russia has worked, and I think we know what they're talking about, hard to undermine the delivery of the Eastern Partnership. And though it has not fully succeeded, it has nevertheless seriously challenged the security of the region, undermining a key goal of our Eastern Partnership policy. So what should be our response? Obviously, our response should be clear. We should not suspend our policy, nor to give in to any intimidation here. We believe that our response must be to demonstrate to Russia that our policy will bring great benefits not only to our Eastern partners, but also to Russia itself. We need to win the trust of our partners, and we still try to win the trust of Russia, as difficult as this is in the current situation. This brings me also to the role of civil society at the end of my introductory words. Civil society has always played a crucial role in delivering security. Without the civil society, EU's normative tools would have had far less of an impact. And often our tools have been an enabler also to allow civil society to make real gains. For example, in Northern Ireland, if I may give an example from inside the Union, but also in the Balkans. We can help civil society in this work in two ways. Firstly, by direct support, including, of course, financial support. And secondly, by preparing the ground so that the environment in which they operate is more conducive to achieving results. Track 2 in diplomacy, as this is called in expert circles, works better where stable political institutions exist and where there is growing prosperity. But again, the cooperation of the authorities in the partner country is essential. Where there is a breakdown in trust between government and civil society, it becomes much more difficult for civil society to contribute to conflict resolution. And this breakdown in trust can extend also to donors and international partners. Azerbaijan was mentioned a lot this morning in the first panel, and I think that is a very good example where this has happened over the last few months. We very much hope that some of the words that we've heard from the Azerbaijani colleagues will come true, namely that some of the political prisoners will soon be released. We can observe such tendencies happening also in some other countries at the moment. And obviously this is having a very big impact on civil society's track to work to promote regional security. So what are the biggest challenges that we are facing? First, to rebuild trust in the Eastern Partnership, perhaps by really rebuilding the Eastern Partnership by changing some things, and we need your help in doing so, so we very much look forward to your concrete proposals. What can be done better, what needs to be done better in order to be successful in the future. And of course also the second is to have civil society as an essential agent for delivering security. And again, we look forward to hearing your proposals, what civil society could, in your eyes, propose, how civil society could play an even bigger role in delivering security for the region, for the Eastern Partnership area. There's of course also the topic of energy security, but I will not touch upon this now. But if you have any questions, I will be of course very happy to reply to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a brief but concise and enlightening presentation. We now turn to the Polish ambassador to the Republic of Georgia, Ambassador Czeskowski.
Thank you very much. First of all, it works? Yes. Yes? Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to
to the 6th annual Civil Society Forum meeting. It's a real pleasure for me because in my previous capacity as ambassador for Eastern Partnership in the Polish Embassy, I participated already in 3 of those meetings, and this is the 4th one as Martin Paxton told you for him as well. So I was involved in the process of creating this very important initiative starting from the 2008, and it was the initiative proposed by Mr. Sikorski and Mr. Bild in May 2008. So now I think that relating the situation of Eastern Partnership, I should say that I have seen a rising interest in the Eastern Partnership again, and it is both within the EU and the international scene, and there are some reasons for this growing interest. Firstly, I think that the Eastern Partnership has achieved some tangible results, such as signing association agreements with Georgia, Moldova and Ukraine. And the agreements are now being provisionally applied in all of these 3 countries. Only the DCFTA with Ukraine is postponed. And we have also seen solid progress in the visa liberalization process, of which the telling example is the introduction of the visa-free movement for the citizens of Moldova. So there we see the real results are being delivered. And I remember 2008, 2009, and discussing the association of the Eastern Partnership countries with the EU were not so sure, I think, for anyone working on this way. And regarding the visa liberalization and the visa-free regime, almost no EU official was ready to say that it is possible. So I think that there are the results, and we should proceed with the implementation. Secondly, regrettably, the interest in the Eastern Partnership has been fueled by the growing insecurity and growing destabilization in the region, and certainly the conflict, war in Eastern Ukraine is the most disturbing factor for the security in the region. Let me elaborate now on our perspective regarding this situation. Polish perception of the Russia-Ukraine conflict follows assessment of the situation in the region, which has been created as a result of the actions undertaken by Russia against Ukraine. And those actions stand in clear contradiction both to the basic rules of international law as well as the principles of peaceful coexistence and cooperation between sovereign states. So Russia has violated basic rights of Ukraine as a sovereign state. It has annexed part of the Ukrainian territory, Crimea, and simultaneously supports military separatists in the eastern part of the country. So Russia is responsible for the situation that has arisen today. Therefore, Russia is part of the problem. But I should underline that at the same time, Russia can be also part of the solution of the problem. And the crisis in eastern Ukraine cannot be resolved without determined, genuine Russia's engagement. So we expect that Russia stops the military aid for pro-Russian separatists in Donbass, seal the border with Ukraine, and starts real implementation of adopted commitments as promised in September. Concerning the relations between two processes, as the Shogu already mentioned, EU, Russia, and EU Eastern Partnership countries. One could ask whether upon establishing Eastern Partnership, the EU took into consideration adequate offer for Russia. And in this context, we should note the openness of the European Union, which invited Russia to participate in the Eastern Partnership. However, Russia declined because it expected intensified bilateral cooperation with the European Union. Therefore, Brussels offered Moscow a strategic partnership based on four common areas: economy, freedom, security and justice, external security, research and education, as well as the partnership for modernization. So, the offer tried to accommodate many of Russia's interests. Unfortunately, in the end of the day, it was rejected. The second, that's really important that the EU policy is directed to the sovereign states, and it is right policy of the European Union and the member states of the European Union to treat all the 6 countries as a sovereign states that could that can decide on their future and can decide on themselves. I agree with Dirk Schreiber that the Eastern Partnership policy was not contested by Russia for years. And if we hear that there are some economic interests to be broken, some relations between Russia and Eastern Partnership countries, I think that is not true. The example is simple. That's Poland. Poland, before joining the EU, exported much less goods to Russia than it exports now. We have a bigger economic cooperation with Russia than it was before our accession to the European Union. Of course, some parts of the cooperation don't exist anymore, but others developed very well. So there were, I think, more opportunities than threats for the economic cooperation between Eastern Partnership countries and Russia than any threats to this situation. Coming back to the EU policy offered to the Eastern Partnership countries, I think that the neighborhood should be still priority of the EU foreign policy. And reacting to the new Russian foreign policy versus partner states that leads to destabilization, EU should strengthen the Eastern Partnership policy. It should strengthen the bilateral and multilateral cooperation. And in the time of security crisis in the Eastern European region, we should use all existing possibilities and tools to stabilize the situation and enhance the cooperation of the countries willing to work towards stability in the region. And in my opinion, Eastern Partnership is one of those tools. I agree with, again, so that's, you know, that's good to have a speaker before that say very similar opinions that I have. I agree that we realize that the current Eastern Partnership structure and aims need remodeling, and it should take into account individual needs and ambitions of the partners. It should be underlined that differentiation and so-called more for more principle should be taken into account even more now than it was before. And here is the connection with the Russian factor that we should recognize the efforts of the countries that have chosen that difficult way in the geopolitical situation as well, and geopolitical very difficult, the way of integrating with the European Union in order to build democratic countries with rule of law and prosperity for their citizens. So European Union should be committed to assist those countries. So Poland will remain devoted to the further development and success of this Eastern Partnership. The key issues for the nearest future are the continuous reforms in all Eastern Partnership countries, because we think that only strong states with efficient economy, administration, security sectors, as well as engaged and strong civil society, will be able to face the difficult security and economic challenges ahead. So difficult political, economic and security situation cannot prevent the governments from introducing necessary reforms. Second, visa liberalization process. We should put every possible effort to move forward with the visa liberalization where possible. And we have Moldova already in this visa-free regime, with the European Union. We have Georgia and Ukraine in the second phase of visa liberalization action plans. So that's the task for future. And there is the last point concerning the recognizing European aspirations, and Poland stands for recognizing of European aspirations of some Eastern Partnership countries, particularly Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. But we are aware that still it's too early for the whole European Union to form the EU membership perspective. But we still are for the open door policy of the European Union. And we should take every possible effort to guarantee the Eastern Partnership Summit in Riga to succeed and to bring visible deliverables. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now we will turn to a Ukrainian perspective. Alexander Slushko from the Institute for Euro-Atlantic Cooperation.
Thank you. Is it working?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, it's better. It's better. So thank you so much. It was a pleasure being invited for this panel as far as this issue is crucial, not only just me as an expert on security and political reasons for many years, but for my country, which found itself into the dramatic set of challenges within the last year. And we have here just 1 year after Euromaidan started in Kiev, and that was tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we'll have the first anniversary of Euromaidan. But at that time, 21st of November, really none of us may foresee the developments which we visited during this year. And after this year, we all are, on one hand, we are concerned because there is no visible solution of the crisis we have. On the other hand, we are much proud that we have found a way to at least start solving the principal questions of our part of Europe, which were not solved for many years. And sincerely, we have to accept that in 1991, we got independence very much easily. When it comes to Ukraine, it's true. We got it easily, we didn't pay price. And many of us now believe that today we pay a real price for independence and for our European vocation. And this is a price which we're ready to pay. But certainly there is a need for solidarity and for common vision of the situation, and then the need for sustainable solution. At this moment, we do not have this vision. We need the common vision, which would involve all the actors in our part of the world. The system of international law has been totally destroyed. Stability and trust has been destroyed. And there is no, at this moment, grounds for new arrangement. I can just remind you that Ukraine had, with Russian Federation, very comprehensive set of international treaties and agreements which regulated the whole spectrum of the relevant areas, from trade to international security, to recognition of borders, to the solution of Crimea, Black Sea Fleet, and many other areas. All these things were solved as we perceived that. But finally we got the knowledge that nothing has been solved. And now we are in the process of solving the problem, the issues which were just delayed in 1991, when we formally accepted, all the actors formally accepted the borders, but that was not sincere. And now we are in the opposite, in another situation. So what is, I would not go into details, and especially will not deliver many on the domestic developments. Many of you, most of you, I know that you are aware about what's going on in the east of Ukraine. Certainly there is a need for new security debates and for the I would say some provisional solutions which may be done in order to help Ukraine to come through this severe crisis. We believe that there is no, at the moment, chance for any final solution, but some tactical solution may be done within foreseeable future, which may help us to stop the violence and which may help us to sustain as an independent state with clear identification of the direction go. And this direction is European one. At this moment, there is no doubt, and there will be no more debates about this. One of the fortunes we got from this crisis. There is a sense of direction, which we lacked for many years. And there was a lot of debates on what is better, how to combine East and West, etc. And finally, we were nowhere. So the country which never makes a choice, that was a symbol of Ukraine. And it is not anymore the case. So we have a sense of direction. And this is a big value. But what's next? Certainly there is to see realistic plan of actions, what to be done in order to help our country not just survive, but to prove and to get success, to prove the right, that we were right, that Euromaidan. And first of all, the best security, for our country will be ensured through the consistent program of reforms. So this is not just my opinion, that it is not just about the military security. It's important, it's certainly, and we need support also in hard security aspects. But the major prerequisite for success would be the transformation of the country. And here we hope in the nearest weeks to have sustainable government, cabinet minister, new one after parliamentary election, which propose a clear, well-grounded program of reforms. Unfortunately, now we are involved, and the civil society actors are involved in many areas in preparation of the program of future coalition, the program of the future reforms. And there is a signal that the government understands it's dependent on the civil society. And many of the independent experts who are also those who participate in our forum are the part of the process. They are advising to the government, they try to work together in order to build a program. But we know that the program is just a paper. Finally, we need lots of things to transform any good paper into the reality. And here we need a sufficient sustainable support by the European Union, as the European Union is a major partner in this area. This is the need for, and we welcome the efforts by the European Union, which provided already some programs to help Ukraine to become successful case. For instance, I may refer to the support group, which chaired by Petr Balash, who is well-known EU official for many years. And they work on the ground now in Ukraine to help, for example, how to develop the programs in order to involve more support from the international donors, not just from the European Union, but from the others. Which kind of communication to be provided is to the wider international community to mobilize support which is available, because there is no support which may be available automatically. There need to have efforts for that. So this is a challenge which we hope to work on together. I mean, Ukrainian politicians, political parties, and the government, Ukrainian civil society, European Union, including official institutions of the European Union, but also civil society of European Union. And here we rely much upon your support first of all in the public communication. This is very important. We see how much efforts done by Russian Federation in order to convince European public opinion and European policy makers and opinion makers that the events of Ukraine were just a domestic affair when some rebels just do not recognize a forceful change of regime. There are lots of efforts. Unfortunately, there are some politicians and persons in the European Union just repeat these messages and misguide the public opinion. Unfortunately, it happens sometimes. So we need to be aware about the seriousness of the work on the other side who want to undermine the credibility of the changes in Ukraine. Also, we need to provide a strategic policy aimed to remove or at least to minimize the leverage by Russian Federation to undermine the unity of the European Union. We know how much efforts, for instance, they pay in order to build infrastructure projects which aim to undermine European unity and strengthen the hand of leverage over Europe by Moscow. We do believe that, for example, it would be the best case to identify these issues which cannot be just continued business as usual in the future. For example, it would be reasonable, in our opinion, just to abandon such projects as South Stream, for instance, which is purely political one, which aims exclusively to strengthen Russian leverage in the EU and to divide European Union. And sometimes it is successful, we see. So there is no, I think that's the way of things. So it is a part also in our strategy in Ukraine that we understand that this, what we call sanctions, is not about, unfortunately, this is not about sanctions which we impose from this month to next month and then come back. Unfortunately, we need to understand that the policy which we call sanctions would most likely be the longer-term policy. Until Russian regime changes its nature, there is no way to come back. And that's why we need to help our business to develop the strategies which does not foresee any business as usual with Russia. We need to help our political elites to understand that there is no chance in the foreseeable future to have Russia as a strategic partner anymore. This is a pity, so we are not happy with that, but this is a reality. And certainly there is a test case for very nearest future, even before we reach any kind of final solution on security issues, that there will be a major question, either such countries as Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia may be success stories. If not, Russia will have an argument that we were wrong when we come to Euromaidan, when we started to fight for our European future, and when we reach our first success. So, finally, we just got we made some substantial step ahead. We work together, and I see that it's very important that we have a solidarity. By the way, not just Moldovan and Georgian colleagues, which is naturally, but also we feel the solidarity of others. For example, Armenians, Belarus, Azerbaijan. We talked, it's very important that the civil society leaders support us. But finally, there is, I would say, the question, and I think that we will get a response next year in Riga, and hopefully in Ukraine, when we are hoping to have next gathering of the civil society forum next year. We will have a chance to speak more about successes. Maybe if we have success, we have better chance to solve security challenges we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Most notably for the reminder to all of us that it is no longer business as usual, especially in terms of the security environment. Now, as we move from Kiev, we will never forget Kiev. Developments in Ukraine not only reverberate throughout this panel, but actually throughout our days of work here. Developments on the ground will make or break in terms of a test and a challenge not only for civil society in Ukraine, but for civil society throughout the Eastern Partnership. It's also a test and a challenge for the European Union at the same time. But now we will turn briefly from Kiev to Videl Shibotalu from the European Institute for Political Studies.
Thank you very much, Richard. And I also would share my gratitude for being invited here and have this change to speak to all of you. And I would say that, of course, Republic of Moldova is very exposed to Russian factors in both ways, positive and negative. Positive because Moldova is still very dependent on the Russian market because of historical ties, because of ethnic ties with some parts of our population, because of course of common history, and not less exposed right now from negative influences. And we experienced together with our Georgian colleagues in '92 armed conflict, and with Russian troops, already at that time transferred under the Russian Federation authority, forming for the army and newly created paramilitary forces with separatist regime. And we experienced all this year, all these changes in the mood of administration at the Kremlin. And today, the current situation in Moldova, I would like also you to take into account this dichotomy of Russian factor to Moldova. And of course, having in the background, as you said, Richard, Kiev is always present in this equation. And everything what is going now with Armenia and in the eastern region of Ukraine, of course, we have sometimes direct influence, sometimes indirect influences. And I would like maybe just shortly to characterize a few factors. First, economic factors, the current situation is unchangeable in comparison with last few months or last year. We have still this embargo on Moldovan fruits, on Moldovan wines, on other goods like meat, which is, of course, it goes to Moldovan economy great strength. And then we have, but from the other hand, Russia currently extended the 1-year contract on gas supply and even diminished the price for the gas. But at the same time, in the economic sphere, we still are under Russian blackmail of sending all migrants, gastarbeiters, which is a considerable number of them, are working in Russia. Politically, the Republic of Moldova right now is exposing the Russian factor through the huge and focused participation, despite its presence in Georgia or in Ukraine, for example, the Russian factor in Moldovan politics. We have now running the electoral campaign. On the 3rd of November will be general election, and we have, for example, a part of socialists which are directly transmitting the messages for Putin. It's Putin's party, it's not the Moldovan party, socialists, it's not even Russia, it's Putin's party. And we have several different parties running in this campaign, supporting Social Democrat. It's a bloc of 3 parties, part of Regions and part of Social Democrats, I'm sorry, I forgot their name, pledging for custom unions and But at the same time, we have a part of communists which refuses to support the idea of supporting the customs union and supporting Russia, but at the same time, they are still a communist party. They are opposing to, actually verbally, but nevertheless, they are opposing to association agreement and association with European Union. So, political situation right now in Moldova is, let's say, 50-50. And it's depending very much how will be the future of Moldovan base and how the association agreement would be implemented in the Republic of Moldova. And if we want, 2 days ago, as Director of Public Opinion Barometer in Moldova, we presented the last poll, and this poll is suggesting that even if political landscape in Moldova is shakeable, but at the same time we hope very much that we can create an alliance, maybe even with Communist Party. Might not be purely a pro-European parties-based coalition. Maybe it's a larger coalition, but for that we should work a lot, taking into account that our pro-European parties, Liberal Democrats, Democratic Party, leave people with a lot of discouraging acts and not being able to finish the extremely important reforms, specifically in justice reform or fighting endemic corruption in Moldova. And this also the lessons to be learned for other colleagues from other countries, because it's a not less important fight than to fight other great issues like poverty or fighting for human rights. And the third factor is not less important, and I would like to bring to your attention the military factor and the civil society and military factor, because we are learning every day from experience of our Ukrainian friends that in 20 years of all these years we achieved to demilitarize our institutions. We achieved to diminish our military budgets. We achieved to cut our military assets. We achieved to diminish, for example, in Moldovan case, 3, 4, 5 times the firepower of our armed forces. But now we should again learn how to strengthen the defense capacities, how to strengthen the link between society and military, how to deliver appropriate expertise for democratic control of the armed forces, how to deliver the appropriate decision-making system in the security sector. And believe me, it's not easy at all. And at the same time, in all these years, we lost a lot of expertise. We lost a lot of focus, including from the European Union countries, from NATO countries, how to do this, and how to do it in a more effective way than it was before. And we are now trying to learn from Ukrainian experience how to build our national guard, how to, actually in Moldova it's not even under the discussion, how to revise all the legislative package of laws and regulations in security, national security, and without the expertise, without an appropriate experts, including in military domain, including in internal affairs, in other institutions, it will not be efficiently and it will not be applicable. Right now, Moldovan leadership is governed by, as Dirk Schugel once said, by the diplomatic junta. Our Prime Minister and our Speaker of the Parliament are career diplomats, and our President is career judge. But no one on the military side is ready to support them in this issue. But we still have Russian troops on our territory. We still have the Transnistrian regime, which is not under the control of Moldovan authorities and any international authorities, which is not accepted the verification missions and so on and so on and so on. And it's continued to be troublesome territories, not only for Moldova, but now for Ukraine too. And this issue also should be faced somehow because more than 1 year, the 5+2 mechanism of the Transnistrian settlement actually is not working properly. They are not touching the issues of defense, security, and the political settlement, only current issues concerning some peripheral topics. And in Moldovan case, this is also extremely important, and we try to consult and suggest some lessons learned from all these years of dealing with Russian diplomats, military, civil society on the Transnistrian issue. And we see how many issues are replicated in this region, so-called region of Donetsk and Lugansk. But on the other hand, we see a new features, a new patterns coming from this concept of hybrid war, and we are trying to learn also already from Ukrainian experience how to deal with this. Because in Moldova we have in place all the assets that work out in Ukrainian scenario. We have more than 100 associations, NGOs, different groups of interest that can play a role of activists in anti-Maidan type of actions. We have political parties. We have business, which sometimes can host residents of intelligence from Russian intelligence institutions, agencies. And we see right now very successful anti-counter-intelligence operations in Armenia, Poland, and Baltic states. Not many of you know about that, but this is also to be taken into account when we are speaking about, for example, perspective of Moldova continuing its European base, and after the elections to try to create a pro-European coalition that would be capable enough to implement the association agreement in the best way, both for Moldova and for European Union. And this is the task and issue number one for Moldovan society to observe, to be very prudent, and to see how to diminish the negative effects of Russian factor in this regard, including also the capabilities of Russian information warfare. I wouldn't say mass media, I say warfare, because in the case of Moldova, and we see, we measure it, how this warfare inflict and how it's using not only propaganda, but also manipulation instruments, toys for changing the electoral and social behavior of Moldovan citizens. And this is a very, very dangerous situation when the war is around you and with your home too. So we should think about this countermeasure also in terms of war, hybrid war, security issue on that. And finally I would say that I think that we should also adopt this attitude not only in Moldova, because as last tries, and actually Mr. Shugel encouraged us to think also in this critical way what European Union can do, and I would add what NATO can do also in this regard to strengthen our capabilities of responding to new challenges and new risks for national security of our countries. And I would say one of these is to try to rebuild or to build a new capabilities of civil society, to analyze, to make recommendations, comprehensive recommendations recommendations, not just in one domain, but in much more extended domain, and to train, to learn, and to prepare such capabilities in civil society too. This is my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well for this important perspective on Moldova and the challenges we're facing on that front. But now we will turn to Georgia. As the last presentation on this panel, it's also important as we return to our host country, Georgia, that in many ways Georgia is in first place, not last place. But Sergei Kapanadze will give his presentation. Sergei is from the Georgia's Reforms Association, or GRAS, which is both a prominent actor, but also a powerful factor in Georgian civil society. Sergei and his team actually challenged the status quo in Georgia politically with the power of ideas. Sergei.
Thank you, Richard. The beauty of speaking Alaska, you can always say, I have nothing more to add. Stop there, but I guess that would fly. Indeed, a lot of things have been said by the previous speakers, so it's very hard to add some new ideas to them, because in reality, the kind of threats that we are facing are quite similar. Threats that come from Russia, threats that come from our internal institutions, threats that come from the existing environment in the region. So I will not really try to repeat what has been said. I will only try to focus on one particular threat, which is especially relevant and troublesome for my country, and that is the threat of annexation of the territories. Now, that has already happened in the case of Ukraine, where Crimea has been annexed by Russia. And if a few years ago we were the country that had let's say, the most acute territorial problems with Russia, now we're not in that position anymore. We're actually number 2 after Ukraine, where a certain territory has been annexed and the war is ongoing as we speak in Donbass. However, I think what our countries share in common is that these territories, which are either in conflict or occupied or annexed or under the threat of annexation, create a major security threat for our countries, as well as a major threat for the prospects of our European integration. I think, and the group that I represent thinks that the biggest challenge for the European integration, for the integration into NATO, for Georgia, actually right now is a threat of annexation of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. For a very simple reason, because if Russian policy toward Georgia continues along the same logic that has taken place in Ukraine and that has taken place in 2008 in Georgia, which is that the major milestones on our path towards NATO and EU have been met with the concrete complications in the conflict regions, then our assumption is that when the next milestone happens, whatever that milestone is, whether that's the membership application or, I mean, you name it, there could be a number of important milestones identified. Then our assumption, our fear is that there will be further actions in those regions. And in our case, probably what could happen next is the annexation. We've already had the war, we've already had the expulsion of people, another wave of the IDPs, we've already had the so-called borderization. So the next hit will probably come along the lines of the annexation. So the big question that we're trying to ask is, so what do you do to counter that? And can you actually counter that? Because let's make no mistake, that threat is actually quite important for any government. Because to go down the history books as the government in which the territory has been annexed by Russia, even though you have had a major success of the path of European integration, it's not really something that any government wants. Once again, it doesn't matter who is in the government in that particular case, because that is a big pill to swallow. So our question is, what do you do to counter the annexation, and whether this could be countered at all? Obviously, there are people who can answer this by saying that we just suspend the European integration, and in that case, you have no fear of annexation. Now, we're trying to doubt that logic, because we think that if Russia has decided to steer the troubles in our countries, then whether you suspend the European integration path or not, you will still have the threat of annexation, the threat in these regions. So playing that game and playing in that direction to Moscow is probably not the most effective. However, intellectually we understand the value of that argument. And recently I've had some lectures and visits in the regions of Georgia, particularly the ones populated with the minorities, and you hear this counter-argument quite often. The argument that if you stop your NATO and EU integration, maybe Russia will not do any harm. Now what we think is that in order to be in the position to effectively challenge the annexation, you need to work on a different direction. What I will do here is that I will just give you 7, 8 directions where we think concrete steps could be taken. Now I also understand the challenge of time, so I'll be very brief in each of those. We have recently produced a vision of the anti-annexation strategy, which is already available in Georgian, will be published in English and also available in a few days on our website, so you can actually look at the details there. So there are different directions where we think the actions could be taken. The first direction, which is usually quite underrated and not often talked about, is the legal direction, the legal battle that Georgia in this particular case can undertake vis-à-vis Russia. But the problem is that when we talk about the annexation, international documents, international resolutions, as well as the legal battlefield is muted about the process of annexation. We have no court case where this is being discussed. We have the court case in the International Court of Justice, for which the court has actually thrown out the case and told us that we need to explore the remedies within the Convention of the Elimination of the Racial Discrimination and then go to court if this is not resolved therein. So the international legal battle on this issue, unfortunately, is not taking place. Now I understand that the similar questions are also being asked in Ukraine when it comes to Crimea, but not many answers are there. We all know how Serbia has ended that battle, seeking the advisory opinion at the International Court of Justice, and not the kind of response they were waiting for they received from the court. However, continuing in this direction is important, and the part of it also is trying to establish the terminology of occupation, the terminology of annexation, or the threat of annexation. And when I say this, I also want to be very frank in one thing, which is that when we were talking with the European Union in the last years about assessing the situation in Georgia as occupation, very frankly, the answer was hesitant. And now when the same thing is happening in Ukraine, the more bolder statements are being made. Occupation is being given as an assessment of the situation. But it took the EU quite a few years to be able to assess what is happening in Abkhazia and South Ossetia as occupation. And let's make no mistake, the association agreement does not mention the word occupation. Why? Because of the political problems associated with it. So our first message is that this legal battle, the legal assessment of the situation as an annexation threat or as occupation is still important. The second direction is what we call the work within the international organizations, and particularly the trade organization, WTO. Because any change of borders, the forceful change of borders, obviously implies the change of the custom borders. As we speak now, Abkhazia is contemplating the signature of what we would like to assess as the imposed agreement from Moscow. The agreement which is basically about the annexation. It's basically about taking over certain fields of the Abkhaz public life, and particularly the customs field. Now, how do you challenge it? Obviously, one of the major ways to do it is to use the instruments like the WTO, to use the instruments that are available within an organization, which requires a concerted effort and a concerted action. You cannot do it alone. And there also, the assistance and the help from the European Union is extremely important. However, having said that, you also need the concrete actions from your own government. And I'll give you an example of our government, which for the last 2 years has not managed to enter into force the WTO agreement that Georgia signed with Russia in 2012. And it has entered into force, but has not been implemented. Why? That's an issue for different discussion, but some people say that the reason for that is unwillingness to engage Russia in a different confrontational field within the WTO. There could be a logic there. We will also come back to this issue as grass in a few weeks, but we think that's important to keep the issue focused within the WTO and the international organization. The third important direction is, and this has been mentioned here, so I will not go into greater detail, is trying to decrease our dependence on Russia. And that could sound as a very logical thing to say, and as kind of intuitive thing to say, but the facts in Georgia have been quite dramatically different. In 2012, Georgian exports to Russia only represented 2% of the trade. In 2013, they represented 6%. This year, on the first 9 months, they're up to 10%. So the question is, what's going to happen a year after this? In 2 years, is it going to go up to 15, 20%? Because the problem of a 15 or 20% dependence on trade or on exports with Russia is that these are mainly agricultural products and the agricultural exports. And any embargo is going to have serious, not only economic repercussions, not only budgetary repercussions, but also political repercussions, because people who depend on this kind of trade will feel it on their own skins. And obviously this is also an electoral factor and also a political factor when these decisions are being made. So our recommendations to all these countries, and particularly our own government, is to do everything not to increase economic dependence on Russia. Now, fortunately, energy dependence in the case of Georgia is still not there. We have managed to fully diversify our energy dependence. So would not the same thing can be said about Ukraine, unfortunately. However, one lesson that can be drawn from this is that more dependent we are, more instruments they have. The fourth, also very briefly, is the necessity for the new visions when it comes to dealing with the populations of Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Crimea, Donbass, Transnistria, because I think the approaches and the ideas that have been there in the last years have either exhausted themselves or have become jeopardized with the counteractions from these regions as well as from Moscow. I understand that Kiev now faces the dilemma what to do with Armenia. Do we pursue the path that Georgia has pursued a few years ago, when we chose the strategy of occupation, which also implies a certain level of isolation? Or do we pursue a different path of engagement? And I think this is a fundamental question that we all need to be able to answer. And the good thing would be if it is answered in the same way in all these countries, because so far we have seen a very dramatically different approaches to these regions in each capital. Even in Georgia, we've had a fluctuation from the over-isolation to the attempts to engage them too much. So this kind of coherence is important. Now, our idea is that we are at a stage now when all the proposals, all the ideas that need to be aired or need to be presented to these regions have to happen in a status-neutral way. And when I say it, this is not to say that status neutrality means that we are saying no to our territorial integrity, or that we are saying no to the status of these regions within our own countries. What we are saying is that concrete ideas, economic, trade-related, education-related, they cannot be linked to the status of these regions, because as soon as they are linked, as soon as they are politicized, unfortunately no progress will be possible. And we have witnessed this in the case of Georgia very quite often. The fifth issue is the sanctions. And there was a discussion here about the sanctions and whether they are effective or not. And I know that every person has their own idea of how sanctions will work in the case of Ukraine. However, we think that making a very clear conditionality and sending a very clear message to Moscow from our country as well as from the European Union, that if the annexation proceeds, that it will be linked to the new wave of sanctions or to the new conditions, new restrictions from the EU side, could be an effective way to deter these actions in the future. Now, how plausible and feasible this is anybody's call, probably not that much, especially taking into account the damage that the sanctions on Ukraine have caused also for the European companies and the markets. However, the message that nothing will follow from the EU side could be very encouraging, very reinforcing for the Moscow's attempts to annex these regions. And also with this, by the way, it is important to keep in mind that our governments have to be vocal as well. Because in the case of Georgia, we have seen in the last year a government who has not linked the Georgian occupied territories to the situation in Ukraine. They have deliberately tried not to talk about the sanctions vis-a-vis Russia. And I think that approach is rather short-sighted, and it does not apply to Georgia, it also applies to the other countries. And finally, I will end with this. because maybe there is a need to engage Moscow in a new dialogue about new obligations vis-a-vis its neighbors. For example, you talked about that there has been a number of international treaties or international obligations that Russia has had vis-a-vis Ukraine. All of them have been torn up and basically relevant starting from the Budapest Agreement. And that is true. That is true. Russia has not abided with international obligations. However, maybe there is a momentum now to start pressing Russia from all sides, from our capitals, from the European Union, to advocate a new non-use of force obligation vis-a-vis our countries. Because I'll tell you what's happening vis-a-vis Georgia. Georgia has been raising the issue of non-use of force obligation from Moscow in the last several years, and Russia's response has been that there is no need for that obligation because we do not intend to attack it. However, there is no legally binding treaty right now between Georgia and Russia or the other countries in the Eastern Partnership with regards to the non-use of force. And I think it is important to at least raise it at the level of discussion between the European Union and Russia, between our capitals and Russia, that they need to pledge that they are not going to use force. Obviously, they can pledge that they use force anyways, but having that discussion about the potential of the Russian threat is actually very important. Now, another reason why I say this is important is that, and maybe I'm also under the impression of my last 2 days' discussions in some of the regions of Georgia, when you talk to the regular people who you talk about the prospects of European integration, their main counter question is, so what if we pursue our European path and Russia attacks? Are there any guarantees they're not going to do that? And obviously there are no guarantees. We understand militarily we cannot deter them, we're not members of NATO or the EU to be able to also politically deter them, but at least having that discussion at the political level with Russia is to sign or pledge the non-use of force would be in a way reassuring for those populations in our countries which have the question in their hands. And finally, I think these are the issues that we all know. There's nothing new. It's not a rocket science that I'm just talking about. However, one thing that I want to really emphasize in the end is that we can do all these things alone. We can do either or 2 or 3 of those things alone. But effect will be maximum only if Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine go down this path together. Because we have also observed in the last years that even though we've been moving in a general direction towards the EU and NATO together, the tempo and the actions have not necessarily been coordinated, they have not necessarily been on the same page. And I think particularly when it comes to the annexation, because this is a threat that we all face now. And only because Crimean annexation has happened a few months before that possibly South Ossetian annexation will happen, does not mean that we cannot do these things together as a part of the same group, whether it is within international organizations, but to have the concerted actions of all these countries. Thank you very much. I'll stop here. I think I've already issued.
Before we open the floor for questions, I do have one observation, since there wasn't much to moderate, since all of the speakers were both brief and agreed. What's important in terms of an observation is we've talked a great deal about the new security environment, but it's also about the old security challenge. More specifically, a return to the real threats, not only the external threats. My point is, to be honest, not all of our challenges, not all of our mistakes are because of Putin, and not all of our solutions lie with the EU. What the EU needs to do is to encourage and to empower those of us in this room who are on the front line for democracy in the Eastern Partnership. The answer is not the EU. We are the agents for change and of change, and responsibilities of accountability and mistakes in domestic policy are not only a result of Russia or Putin, but our own societies and our own governments. And this is an important reminder. It's too convenient sometimes to talk about Putin and Russia being the source of all our problems. It's an important factor, a current challenge, but it's not the only threat we face. It's also an internal threat, given the environment. But I do have one important reminder. Now that the coffee break has begun, we have a limited time for questions. But it is also the time for the elections of the country facilitators. And the organizers are asking the participants from the Eastern Partnership countries with voting rights to proceed to the voting venues. Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Belarus. It's a rather sad group of us in terms of a second tier of the Eastern Partnership. But we will be meeting in the grand ballroom, and we haven't given up or given in. And Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, the A team of the Eastern Partnership, will be meeting in Minsk for many of our home countries. At 3 o'clock, we are all going to reconvene and meet in the plenary. Thank you, and Natalia, did I miss it? Yes, sir, I will intend to take 3 questions together, given our time constraints, sir. And please also identify yourself, and hopefully it's a question, not speech.
My name is Jan Piekło, I am director of the Polish-Ukrainian Cooperation Foundation, EaP. Thank you, distinguished panelists, for elaborating in such a very constructive way. And I fully agree that we need to think much more seriously about our security. We have a very few instruments at our disposal. One of them is OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, but unfortunately, because of the Russian manipulation, OSCE is not effective enough. So maybe we should think about establishing, finding a way to set up a new security framework for our EU partners and also for the partners for development, because Balkans is another playground in today. And this initiative should probably be not an alternative to OSCE, but a supplementary one. Without Putin's Russia, but with the option of including Russia after the change of the regime. And if we really would like to succeed, because if we will not provide this kind of security, soft security for our partners in the EU neighborhood, instead of the European integration process being forwarding to go to the right direction, we'll be having ED, which stands for the European disaster. Thank you.
The microphone's coming.
Thank you. My name is Ksenia Vakusheva. I'm representing the EU-Russia Civil Society Forum here, as an observer. I'm coming from Russia myself, that's why I'm very interested in this panel. What I think that we discussed it in the EU-Russia Civil Society Forum, that for the EU, working with the Eastern Partnership countries is very important, but not enough, and wouldn't be that efficient if you get to work with Russia and with the Russian civil society. Because Russia is still a center of influence on these post-Soviet countries which are not yet in the European Union. And that's why work only with the Eastern Partnership countries, or focusing on them without focusing on Russia, will reduce efficiency. And in terms of security, then conflicts will follow local successes in these countries. What we see first in Georgia and then in Ukraine. And here's my question: what is your perspective? What place do you see for working with Russian civil society, and which means to see in mind how to work with it?
Thank you very much. Asimov has the third and final question for this round.
Thank you very much, Richard. My name is Abbas Hasanov. I'm the Director of the Society for Humanitarian Research in Azerbaijan. I was a member of the Steering Committee of Civil Society Forum. Unfortunately, I didn't see Azerbaijan position in this panel. It must be very nice to see these security issues in front of the South Caucasus and also Azerbaijan politics. But I would like to repeat the popular argument of Azerbaijan authorities about EU integration. Azerbaijan is slow but steadily moving towards closer relations with the EU. But what this means? We know that to join to WTO is not the interest of Azerbaijan authority, Azerbaijan officials. If country will join to WTO, it will bring customs systems and international standards. It will bring liberalization, economic and also political systems in Azerbaijan. And we see, unfortunately, we see EU respect to Azerbaijan based mostly on energy security issues, but respect to human rights and democratic values, it's going to second plan with relations with the country. Today we see the misunderstanding of European values in Azerbaijan. You know, as a member of civil society organization, I want to say that the European integration is the long-term guarantee of political stability and economic development in a country and within the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, yeah, happy birthday, first of all. Thank you so much. A revolutionary proposal on your birthday to create a new institution. I see two sides to this medal as a spontaneous reaction. On the one hand, the OSCE has been proven to be not always the most efficient and the best instrument that we have if we want to include everyone. And indeed, maybe if you look at the SFM mission in Ukraine, there are lots of rumors about it back and forth. Also wrong rumors, by the way, that many Russian participants, there is a Russian quota, but it's not enormous amount of Russians, it's according to their quota. So create a new institution is not bad, but as we have heard earlier today, you will need Russia somehow to get out of this. You will need to convince somehow Russia or Mr. Putin to get out of the conflict in Ukraine, to get out of not annexing as we heard today in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, not to do the same with Transnistria, to not repeat the Crimean scenario anywhere else, and to get out of Crimea as possible very soon. So I'm not so sure whether this is a short-term solution possible. I personally believe that we have to work with the OSCE, in the OSCE, to find, at this moment at least, the right measures, the right options to get out of this. EU-Russia Civil Society Forum. I'm not a Russia expert as such, but of course dealing with secrecy partnership countries, I am not dealing with Russia. I think your forum seems to me the first and most important aspect to continue cooperation. Indeed, civil society is it's our utmost importance to include the Russian civil society into all this process, to make you to work with the Russian civil society as far as, of course, as possible, because we know that the restrictions are getting not smaller, if I might say so. But I think it is of utmost importance to continue to find new ways, perhaps as well, to create new structures, how we can reach out to the Russian civil society, because there are a lot of stereotypes also in Europe that everybody in Russia thinks one way, but that's not true. And I think we have to work indeed, we have to reach out more to the Russian civil society. On Azerbaijan, I'm not so sure whether I got the question fully right, but I can assure you that we do not look only at business and energy, oil and gas. We have issued a number of statements over the summer after the crackdown on civil society in Azerbaijan. The European Parliament has issued a tough statement in September, which was not liked by the Azerbaijani leadership, as you know. So we have to reach out. but we also have to now and then be encouraging it, because we will again have to work with the Azerbaijani leadership and try to convince them. And I think the creation of this body, government, civil society, is the first step, if it is honest and serious. And we will support this exactly then. Thank you very much.
Okay, unfortunately, because of our voting challenge, and again, a free and fair election should not be an opportunity we miss in this conference. What we need to do are Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Belarus are staying in this room and voting for the country facilitators. However, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine are in meeting room 1. But let me thank you and all of our presenters for participating.
Thank you. I'm sorry to cut it short. I have to free for election.
Romans miła dyget.
Moldova.
Ну ми за вами.
Ми не біжимо, але рухаємося.
Давайте ми за вами тоді. По пару слів треба сказати.
Кажіть.
Please, in front of the camera. What you can say about concerning the forthcoming signature of this document of agreement, your opinion and your evaluations. Please.
Делается. Сейчас подожди.
Die centralized werd.
Ну вот этот компьютер, я думаю, Паша, давайте вот сюда.
Я уже спрашивал
Кто-то будет
здесь.
сидеть и
Это не его, это используйте.
Вместе смотреть там пакетик.
Очень депутацию расскажу.
Prezentacja.
Sorry, jak się było robione po angielsku.
Tak, widzisz, mi nawet nasz. Ale prezentator...
Слайдер по-английски? Чекай, надо слайдер.
Прошу всех сесть, чтобы все...
Хочу очень небудь, физику. А на руках этот экран сюда, кейсы на слайде, автоматура. А, экран не
Wi-Fi, номер.
Καθώς είναι βουλιάρι, πως θα βάλει σημαίνει που θα παλιώσει τις καλύτερες ώρες που θα είναι στο κέντρο της μάδας. იგი გითხრა რომ მაგათი არ გაითვალისწინეს საკითხად რომ ეს რაღაცა იქნება ხოხტებით ახლა.
Значит, вы знаете процедуру. Сейчас прямо здесь вы выдвигаете на национального координатора. Значит, после того, как мы закроем список, сколько предложений голосовали, значит, у вас есть бюллетени, и там вы пишете
Thank you. You're welcome. Sorry that it was a bit...
No, man. When you are on YouTube, you must be on YouTube.
Me too.
Never looking at your watch.
Me too. Exactly.
Вы напишите в порядке подтверждения в этом бюллетене имена, фамилии, кого выдвигали, и после этого или цифру, а мы в нашем протоколе напишем всех кандидатов и вам скажем номера. Вы обводите цифру строчкам и опускаете сюда. И после этого мы посчитаем.
Там нет поделенной фамилии вашей бюллетени.
У нас есть такой протокол. Значит, вы начинаете подвигать, мы записываем сюда фамилию, имя этого человека. После этого мы вам говорим номер 1, X, номер 2, Y. Yes. But you will vote for Armenia. Okay. So it's not problem. We can translate in Romanian and in English and in Ukrainian problem. So we are multilingual. So now we will start the procedure of nominations for the national coordinator. names of the candidates. Afterwards, we will inform you which is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 8, yeah, and so on. Afterwards, we will close the list, and you just will circle the number whom you want to vote. And afterwards, we'll put there, we will count. So, значит, если нет больше вопросов по процедуре, то мы начинаем процедуру выдвижения кандидата. Пожалуйста, первое я уже было. Еще раз.
We also have a presentation next panel.
We have a slide and then just a kind of explaining it. We have yours as well now?
Yes, but I'm the second, so I
Окей. Значит, мы имеем один кандидат. Есть еще кандидат. Михаил Хованесян. Я должен спросить, а то вы потом скажете, что... Так, значит, больше нет кандидатов.
Aklında Mart'a sürünüyorum. Ama sonra da yeter. Arada patrosunu Магит вас модконите и поборот.
Так, есть еще кандидаты или нет? Если нет, то тогда...
I'm second actually. But I don't know if the first one is
This is what? What is that? You think that people will be reading that? So the question is, this stays all your speech. You're speaking and you have one slide.
Все, тогда, если нет больше кандидатов, то мы можем начинать голосовать.
So you come in, I put this up and it stays. Not the list. No, because I have to No, yeah. So the question. So I'm still doing my photograph. Okay, because I thought maybe this is
but I need the full help.
On what? Which sense?
Next slide.
Okay, so I'm giving this back.
И все, если не хотите за него, вычеркивайте.
Больше не звоните. That's
an investigative committee and an ombudsman.
Let's do the assessors will do their job. Иван, нет, давайте.
У меня все там готово.
А где? Это ну, в том же слайде. А где? Давай, когда сейчас выходите на сцену, да, я вот это снимаю.
Давайте я буду написать. Я их попросил, чтобы поставили мне компьютер там. Это невозможно. Есть, презентер есть. Проблема в том, что я же не вижу экран. Я же сижу там, я же не вижу, что у меня там.
Даже мы будем.
Нет, первый 4 километра, потом я. Если у них нет паузы, можно его оставить.
Those who refuse that I organize. You read it?
So the person does not have to be a participant himself to be nominated, right?
The person has to be delegated.
He cannot be no, he's not even an observer. He was Okay, we have one candidate, he's Lasha Turushi, and he's not even part of the team.
He's not delegated.
He's not an official list. No. He's not from EI. Someone else is from EI.
Only delegate can be nominated and only delegates can be nominated.
Okay, so he cannot, and he's the only candidate.
Nobody else will go.
The only way they can resolve it is by permanent.
Nie, ja просто объясняю вам. Есть став, который часто
Because that person did not pass the selection.
About Georgia.
And the Lasha's organization was not.
Somebody else is from there, so they could decide to transfer in the Okay. Do they need to sign anything, or they? Registration, they just notify me, and I just usually change them.
Even changing the delegate, there is a deadline for the delegate from an organization. Maybe they decide to have
somebody else.
Someone else, so they agree that another person from the organization is the candidate, the one who is delegated.
Thank you.
Не, мне просто реально нет думать, как что делать. Он не выключил у нее. Вот он
Борис, есть два человека, которые от вас еще не голосовали. Алла, как-то ее
Ваши делегации. Я тебя не спрашиваю, меня не спрашивают. Нет, я там.
Сейчас мы объявим National Facilitator for Armenia was elected
Азербайджан. Улыбается. Я вас... А меня спокойно. Еще последний раз. Еще давай.
Более он наблюдать.
Так.
Наира. Всем
дали группу, нас учили.
Sorry. Andre was the only candidate. Andre was the only candidate. Yeah, like... Well, that de facto, that's the exception. Like But it's not right. Strategy framework was the
На русском что?
На русском это переходит.
Дальше, вторая у тебя что? Это ты после...
Это я после.
Дай вам английский. Андрей.
И потом ты будешь мыслить.
Она не работает. Ну, да, это будет
Sorry,
Das war doch nicht, ne?
To understand this, and then you go for
Знаешь что, я грузинскую делегацию. Я собрал все делегации, отдельно снял на фото. Это вообще понадобится. Да, только грузинскую мы снял, потому что мы собрались. Они все убегают. Беларусы снял, азербайджанцы снял, Армения снял, украинцев и молдаван. А только грузинцы, не значит. Эти фотографии когда понадобятся?
Те, которые сейчас с этим, вы можете уже сейчас мне сказать, где
Давайте. Да, смогу. Сейчас?
Давайте
Ну надо
те,
это
которые
все.
в начале.
А, вначале, да. Ну,
Хотя бы там, я не знаю,
надо
может,
просто
штук 5.
выровнять
Если
эти
вот
все
штук
фотографии. Да, ну штук 5, я 400 уже сказал.
Я знаю. Просто чтобы сказали, поставить.
Да все хотите, просто надо все выровнять, поправлять, поэтому. Может вечером сделаем, утром дадим.
Наверное, там
А?
снимание надо, может.
Ну, в общем, скажете. Вечером успеем. Здесь до 6 будем, да? Ну, в общем, вечером сделаем.
Мне пожить не
Самое величество.
Так, я как понимаю, у нас самообслуживание, да? Или мое имя должно быть там? А? Меня? Ваше самообслуживание, да.
Какая?
Ладно, если нет...
Некуда, нет.
Да нет, без проблем.
Camiden biz de test almak
Я же тебя сами себе коснули. Да. Борис сказал, что сказали, это я. Никто ничего не сказали. Я извиняюсь, мне что-то за информацию. Вообще сказали, что наш. Лена, тяжелее. Да, потому что моя сумка.
Сумка? Івана, як ти? Вы молодцы.
Что президент Грузии не пришел.
Да я видел это.
Я говорю, что на чего из-за скандала. Я сказал, что это дезинформация. Он сказал, что это не так. Давай ты скажешь что-то не так, потому что если как бы профессиональный журналист, вы должны пройти и спросить у организатора, переводить это правильно? Президент спрашивает свой видео. Я только что узнала, что они говорят, что это Борис Борисович. Что это такое? Я так сказала, что как это Борис
Так это специально они делают, чтобы типа поднять, это самая главная тема, которая тянет ваш канал. Чтобы показать, что вы типа...
Знаешь, утром мне сказали, что... А ведь мы знали, все знали, даже на учебнике есть.
Okay, I think we'll start. I hope other people will come in very quickly. We're going to start with the report from the steering committee as far as possible on the last year's activities. Rather than have 19 reports, the committee has asked me to try and sum up. So I welcome you all on behalf of the steering committee, and I think it's important to thank the Secretariat and our Georgian hosts for all the organisation. There are obviously some difficulties with different elements, and who knows, it might get messier during the course of this session, we'll see. So I'd like to ask people to be patient if we have any procedural problems. But I also just like, again, to reiterate our thanks to the EU for the financial support that made the event possible, and also the additional support from our hosts, the Georgian government. This year we did get 563 applications for the forum, up from 454 last year, which is a positive sign that there is increasing interest in the forum. And I think we should perhaps also register the support we got from Commissioner Fula over the history of the Eastern Partnership, and likewise from, I guess, the mothers or the fathers, Karl Bildt and Radoslav Sikorsky, without whom it really wouldn't have got started. I think the timing of today made it difficult for us to get Commissioner Hahn here. At the same time, I think it was very welcoming that we did have a video message from High Commissioner Mogherini. I think it's also important to recognise over the years the support we've had from the External Action Service, and also the support for projects within the forum from both the EU and also, in fact, consistently from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. This year there was €140,000 for projects in working groups 4 and 1. The year obviously has been marked by serious challenges to democracy and human rights, with the Russian occupation of Crimea and the loss of thousands of lives in eastern Ukraine, the worsening situation facing civil society organizations in Azerbaijan, with the clampdown, freezing of bank accounts, not to mention arrests, but the wider challenges of external pressures from Russia. These events do have a knock-on effect on the other Eastern Partnership countries. But there have been big progress in some areas, with association agreements and DCFTA either beginning to be implemented or next year, or 2016 in the case of Ukraine. Moldova becoming the first partner country to have visa-free travel with the EU, and we now see Georgia moving into the second phase of the action plan. Visa facilitation and readmission agreements now in place with Azerbaijan and Armenia, and under negotiation with Belarus. But obviously this brings challenges for the forum, the new reality of the association agreements in 3 of the countries, set aside the lower level of European integration in 3 countries. As a forum, the challenges include, with the association agreement countries, the need to find agreement with the External Action Service on the civil society platforms within the association agreement, and to be honest, to make the European Economic and Social Committee understand that the platforms should comprise democratic actors in favour of European integration, bringing expertise in civil society to the table, as well as social partners, which should not be governed by artificial quotas that don't amount to good practice in the EU or anywhere else. We need to strengthen the work, the output, advocacy efforts of the working groups and the national platforms. I think there's been real progress this year. We've also seen secretariats now funded in some of the countries, certainly in Armenia and I think in Georgia. So I just highlight that some of the samples of the work of the forum. There are reports available on the table over there from working groups. There's a secretariat report from the national platforms. And on the CSF website, you may also notice that's a newly designed website, more dynamic. Some of the flagship projects at the European Integration Index. On the panel tomorrow morning, we'll see some of the preliminary highlights emerging from that. We have the East Media Freedom Watch. We've had election monitoring by forum members in Ukraine, and that will also be happening in Moldova with the parliamentary election in November. The members of the election monitoring subgroup will be producing an analysis, comparative analysis of elections over the last few years. The participants of the forum have been involved from not just steering committee members, working groups, subgroup experts, in an increased level of advocacy and engagement with many events in EU institutions, targeting stakeholders in Brussels and elsewhere. Speaking, for instance, at EU Eastern Partnership platform meetings, expert panel meetings, Eastern Partnership ministerials, Euronest, COEST meetings, Committee of the Regions, seminars organised by the Secretariat at the European Parliament. We've also been engaging with the Latvian government ahead of next year's Riga Eastern Partnership Summit. There will be around that side events, Civil Society Conference and Media Freedom Conference. We've issued a lot of strong statements, some from national platforms, some from the steering committee, some from working groups, for instance on political prisoners, on the situation in Ukraine, as well as policy briefs and policy-focused statements. We nominated Anar Mamadli. The steering committee took the initiative for the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize, and that was awarded to him by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in September, and importantly at a time when Azerbaijan is chairing the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, which means we're driving a message home very well targeted. And I'm very glad, as came out in the panel this morning, that there is a lot of focus, a lot of nominations and awards being given to political prisoners. And the fact that so many have come actually from the Civil Society Forum means it would be a tragedy if we were not pushing the case for their release. The national platforms do face huge challenges. It ranges from Belarus, Azerbaijan not really having an interlocutor in terms of the government. So I just maybe highlight one or two things from each. In Ukraine, certainly the leaders and members of the platform were at the heart of the Euromaidan movement, but also have been pushing for the signing of the association agreement, and now for monitoring proper implementation, which is also the case in other countries. Legislative proposals have been submitted by members of the platform in Moldova on anti-corruption, on transparency of decision-making, better business climate. In Georgia, 17 recommendations and legislative changes coming from the platform have already been taken into account by the government. There is a special permission given by members of the platform to conduct monitoring in prisons, which, as we know, is a big issue ahead of the election of the Georgian Dream. In Belarus, the platform is working on integration of the higher education system into the Bologna process, and to try and make the European dialogue on modernization more participatory. Obviously a lot of lobbying needed there. In Azerbaijan, capacity building events for civil society have been organized by the national platform. And in Armenia, in response to the unfortunate directions started with the U-turn on not signing the association agreement, the national platform led the creation, establishment of the European Choice Initiative in May this year as a platform to promote European integration and to engage other forces and political actors as well. As a whole, the forum has also initiated a review of strategy and initiated a new strategy. So in a little while, Andre and Leila will introduce a draft strategy which has been put together with feedback and I know discussion in the national platforms and the working groups. In addition, the draft is also printed, and if you probably noticed, of course, we have a lot of pressures and challenges, and I think one thing we're going to have to address, which has come up here, is the issue of gongos in the forum. I think this is a challenge for the new steering committee, perhaps in the selection of candidates in the future, and perhaps the new steering committee will also, even in the coming days, take a decision on the venue of next year's forum. So, try to be reasonably brief, but if you have questions that they could be directed at any of the steering committee members, we'd be welcome to take them now. Okay, I'm sure questions will come up when we have the discussion on the strategy. There is also a proposal on reform of the steering committee composition and structure. So before we move on to the strategy, we have Vasha Salamadze with us, who is going to talk about civil society forums, participation in the policy forum for development. Vasha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, good late afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Vasha Salamadze, and I'm from Civil Society Institute, Georgia, and I'm representing the Civil Society Forum on Policy Forum on Development. So, as usual, I've got a very heavy task because I have 17 slides and I have just 10 minutes to present them to you, and also encourage you to engage in the work of Policy Forum. So, can we please move to the goal part? Yeah. So I aim 3 goals today. One is to introduce the PFD to you. The second, by this, to facilitate the process of engagement of civil society forum with the PFD. And the third one, just to share my observations and proposals how to make this cooperation better and more effective. Surely, in my slides, I have a formal presentation, but just to give you a flavor of the PFD, what it is, and just to try to explain it in plain words. This is a space for communication with EU high-level officials. So we can formally or informally meet the commissioner, the member of the parliament, the general director of DGFCO, and other people. Don't be naive, it doesn't happen every time, so it's not always like this, but this is a real opportunity to speak with these people, to pose the questions, deliver the information, so get the feedback, and that's a really good opportunity. So this is how I see the policy forum on development. So, would you please move next slide? The policy forum originates from the structured dialogue. I see that many of my colleagues who were part of the structured dialogue, and that was a 2-year process. That was a really interesting process. But I need to spend a couple of minutes to give you the general outcomes and general process of structured dialogue. Next slide, please. So the structured dialogue was in a quadrilateral format, and member states, European Parliament, European Commission, and also the civil society organizations and the local authorities were a part of it. And the structured dialogue was initiated by EC, specifically that was the Commissioner Pibulgas. It lasted 2 years, that was 2010-2011, and this was the space again for civil society and local authorities to engage with EC development policies. So the structured dialogue ended up in 2011 in Budapest with a final conference and adopted 2 very, very important documents. That was the final statement, final declaration, Budapest Declaration, and also the final concluding paper. Next slide, please. So, of course, I'm not going to overwhelm you with details. These are 2 huge documents. But just to give you the sense of these documents, because again, the PFD is very much built on the structured dialogues, and I believe you need to know what are these documents. I would just read. So, by the joint final statement, the parties declare that the firm commitment to cooperate for an efficient partnership in development, and I'm emphasizing with full respect of each actor's prerogatives, roles, and mandates, taking stock of the knowledge acquired through this multi-stakeholder dialogue. This was the spirit of this process. This was the spirit to communicate, to respect each other, and again, so I'm not saying that this drastically affected the policies that this was at least the civil society and local authorities. We voiced our constituencies at a very high level, and we do affect the policies in this. So, and the inevitable part of the final statement is a final concluding paper, which has two parts. Part one is a synthesis of discussions, and the second part is the recommendations. If you just look through, you'll see that promoting a neighboring environment is the number one issue. Because the CSOs cannot be effective, and local authorities cannot be effective if there is no neighboring environment. So if you look at the topics, they are very much relevant to our work that we are doing, because it's a political multi-stakeholder dialogue, it's a partnership and complementarities between the actors, territorial approaches, ownership, the right of initiating of CSOs, accountability, and so on and so forth. So these are two very important documents based on which the policy forum emerged. Next slide, please. Sorry, one more slide. So, and no, the previous one. All these documents you can find on CSF website, which is a very useful portal, and I would recommend it to use it. And here is the web address, and I'll be leaving the presentation with the organizers to disseminate among you who are willing and who are interested. So the next slide demonstrates the process of forming PFD. Again, I'm not going to abuse with your time, so if you have questions maybe later on, I will respond on it. But I will just mention that it took 2 years, from November 2011 until November 2013, to form and shape the policy forum on development. And next slide, please. So, and in my presentation, in my now formal presentation, I'll give you the three perspectives. One is the goals and objectives of policy forum, second one is the working modalities, and the third one is the membership. So, the goals, as I mentioned, the goal of PFD is to create the space for engagement for local authorities and the civil society with a high-level EU officials with high-level EU structures. It has three specific objectives: to facilitate the dialogue on the cross-cutting issues directly related to the role of CSOs and LAs. The second objective is promoting policy debate, and the third objective is to support the implementation of a structured dialogue recommendations. Again, I would highly recommend you to look through these documents because they are very useful for civil society organizations. So, next slide. Next slide, please. So, one more. Okay. Here comes the working modalities. The PFD is coordinated by EuropeAid, specifically developing tier, and it's shared by the Director General of DigiDevCo, Mr. Demelo, and it's co-chaired from the CSO side. It's Jorge Balbis from Latin America, and from local authority side, it's the lady Jacqueline Moustache-Bellet, and she represents USLG, she's from Seychelles. And the PFD also has a task team. The task team is elected by the members of the PFD, and the task team is a very important part of the policy forum on development, because task team in a participatory manner decides on the agenda on different issues, and it's a very important body inside the PFD. So, Okay, next slide, and let's keep it, okay, that's it. Allocation of seats. It took us 2 years to allocate the seats, usual stuff, business as usual, everybody wants more seats, because it's about participation. The more seats you have, the more opportunity to influence the process you have. But of course, seats are not allocated just, so there were some criteria, and mostly we were based on the regional and the sub-regional levels, European and the global levels, and also typology of the actors engaged. That's the CSOs, including the trade unions, cooperatives, NGOs, local authorities, organizations also representing the private sector. Since Busan, the private sector became the quite important actor in the global development agenda, so we see more and more engagement of the private sector in different processes. So, and next slide, what we got from this process? Next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. So, as you see from this slide, we are under the neighborhood. We got 3 seats in for the local authorities. We got 4 seats for NGOs, and 1 for trade unions, 1 for cooperatives, and 1 Chamber of Commerce Employers Federation. So, but that seat goes for both Neighborhood East and Neighborhood South. We had communication with our colleagues from Neighborhood South, and we split CSO seats 2 and 2. So that means that the Civil Society Forum gets 2 seats. But I want to emphasize that this is exception, because one platform gets 1 seat. That's a rule with the PFP. But through our work, my work and my colleagues' work, so we convinced everybody that Eastern Partnership, in reality, we have only one platform which unites all 6 countries. This is a civil society forum, so we don't really have the other platform. For the reality, I believe that the both seats belongs to the Civil Society Forum. So I'm one representative, and I will be speaking about the second representative. And okay, so I think I need to go close to finish. Sorry, I just want 2 minutes just to share with you my vision, how we communicate with PFP. Again, we have 2 seats. 1 seat is filled by me, but my term expires next year. I had a meeting with the steering committee yesterday, and I shared my vision with the steering committee, but I also want to share it with you. So I think that we have different scenarios. Firstly, I believe that the TOR for the representative shall be developed for both seats. Based on the criteria which is provided in the toolkit for PFP. And I think that the code of interest shall be opened, and the second seat should be filled until March next year, because the next PFP meeting will be in March. So that's my proposal, but again, it's up to the steering committee to decide how CSF will proceed. So that's a definitely legitimate body to make a decision like this. And the second key point is, and I'm finishing with this, to establish the strong links between the representatives and also with the civil society forum, not only with the steering committee, with the working groups and with each of you, because if you trust my experience, if representative doesn't have a feedback and assignment from the constituency, so we just operate by ourselves, which is not legitimate and which is not really representation of the interest of the region. So, and the final point, I would strongly recommend to use the capacity for development website, where all the documents, all interested information is accumulated. And also you can contact me anytime. Here is my email, and again, presentation will be delivered to you. Thank you very much. And sorry.
Thank you, Pasha. So I think that the new steering committee will probably be reaching out to the forum participants and members, because this cross-cuts also some of the working groups to see who might be interested in taking up those civil society seats. Now we're going to look at the proposal on strategy, but I just have one kind of request from an administrative point of view to make sure that we may be having some voting on the strategy, for instance. If we can have the assessors, Ivana, could find out where Boris is and coordinate the assessors for any voting. So, as I said earlier, a strategy has been developed. It has really been, on the one hand, led by Leila and Andrei, who are with me here, but also there has been debates, discussion in the national platforms, in the working groups, so we hope it has been an inclusive process. We also hope that out of today's discussion we will either be able to vote on approving, or perhaps if there is concerns that more work needs done, that this new steering committee can perhaps take it forward. So I'll ask Leila to start. Yeah.
Does it work? No.
Shut up.
How I'm heard? Not good, huh? Okay. They said I shouldn't mention. How is it now? Better? Thank you. Okay, Civil Society Forum was created as an EU institution. It was created within the framework of the Eastern Partnership. But the good thing about it, basically we try to graphically describe it. Civil Society Forum is very well located. So it would influence both national governments and the EU policies. And I think that's the advantage and the opportunities we all have. The other thing is how effectively we do it and what we should have to make it work better. We did not start from scratch. We actually had already the developed strategy. So we just made some corrections, or we revised it, taking into account the development. In general, I think strategy is a document which is a subject of permanent transition and development. Because we live in a very sort of changing world. And the changes either take place in the direction of progress, or they take us backward. And I think the strategy should be a reflection of that as well. However, I don't think the mission or the vision, which is in the basis of the strategy, is very much different from its original thing. We all see ourselves eventually as part of the European club. The mission remains the same. We're trying to promote the EU integration in our own countries. What, however, should be taken into account in this flux of events which we're experiencing? Well, there were three major developments which we consider are important for this revision of the strategy, which might have effect on the priorities and their hierarchies. First, it's open challenges to security in the Eastern Partnership space. Of course, we had challenges before, but with the Ukrainian events, for the first time, we had the open challenges and threat, even threat of dismemberment of the country for its European choice. And emanating from that, the issue of safety of citizens and refugees from the affected region, an energy crisis, and other economic consequences stemming from this conflict. And moreover, the focus on defense and security, hard security issues has led and will continue to lead to reorientation of resources from the reform process. That's what we should do, basically. We should promote and support our reform process. Instead, we are thinking about basic threats and risks, about survival, and that thereby they pose a direct challenge to democracy building and EU integration. The second challenge is Russia's role in the region and its relations with the EU. Obviously, the current development shows that EU policy towards Russia was, let's say, not very effective. Let's put it this soft way. And Russia's involvement in the conflict, using military bases and troops as a tool of manipulation, Eurasian Union, Customs Union, energy monopoly, and events in Ukraine have demonstrated that there is a big kind of gap or a problem in EU relations with Russia. Third challenge, which affects, I think, our strategy, is signing of the association agreements with half of the countries members of the EU partnership. And although it's a very positive development, but it also has a potential risk of divide between previously kind of common front of struggling for the better future. And that means that we already witness the withdrawal of difficult issues such as human rights from the new bilateral agreements, as well as the diminished role of civil society in the EaP process, in both signatory and non-signatory states. And this also can lead to the human rights situation, worsening human rights situation in the region. In one case, this might lead to, when after signing, those countries who signed the association agreement, this might lead to the oligarchization of the government structures and the weakening of civil society, because some of them joining the government. And in the other countries which did not sign the association agreement, that may also lead to decline in the prominence of human rights issue in the bilateral relations in the EU, and less attention being paid to the issue of democratization. So these major three factors, as we think, played a role in the revision of this strategy, which was initially actually already elaborated. And I think the method of revision was both from above and from below, but mainly was going from below. It was first collected, I think, at the level of national platforms. There was a survey distributed. And that's kind of how the strategy was enriched and developed according and with indirect communication with national platforms. Now, I want to stop here and pass the floor to David to explain what he was doing.
Andrei can explain what Andrei was doing.
Я бы хотел представить некоторые моменты, связанные с содержанием самой стратегии и несколько технических моментов, связанных с работой. Но прежде всего я бы хотел уточнить, есть ли в зале сейчас наблюдатели, которые помогут нам в подсчете голосов, потому что после того, как я закончу, мы будем голосовать по принятию этой стратегии на будущий период. Я вижу, нужно как минимум 4 человека, которые будут уверенно посчитать голосов. Раз, два, 3, 4 есть. Хорошо. Значит, я попрошу вас как-то разобрать вот эти 4 ряда, которые существуют, за тем, чтобы помочь подсчете голосов. Итак, к содержанию стратегии я попрошу следующий слайд. Следующий слайд. Итак, как уже упоминалось, стратегия разработана на основе консультаций по приоритетам с национальными платформами, теми 6 национальными платформами форума, а также со всеми рабочими группами, которые представили, в общем-то, свое видение приоритетов работы форума на следующий стратегический период, то есть на 2015-2017 год. Далее рабочая группа руководящего комитета суммировала эти результаты и выделила общие моменты, касающиеся всех 6 стран, и они как раз и легли в основу стратегии, как те опорные элементы, на которых будет строиться следующий стратегический период. Следующий слайд. Новая стратегия разработана на двухлетний стратегический период, то есть это 2015-2017 год, и она заменяет предыдущую стратегический документ форума, который был принят, если вы помните, в 2012 году на форуме гражданского общества, если не ошибаюсь, это был 3-й форум гражданского общества, который прошел в Стокгольме. Стратегия определяет миссию, стратегические цели, тематические приоритеты и направление деятельности форума. Миссия. Что мы видим в виде миссии? То есть, в принципе, эта миссия немного переформулирована, но она остается той же самой, которая была сформулирована в предыдущем документе. Миссия форума состоит в том, чтобы способствовать и укреплять полноценное и квалифицированное участие гражданского общества в управлении, контроле и развитии инициативы Восточного партнерства и восточной политики соседства ЕС, направлении демократической трансформации и европейской интеграции стран Восточного партнерства, включая перспективу членства. Для реализации этой миссии мы определяем 8 стратегических целей форума. Я не буду очень подробно останавливаться на каждом из них, только обозначу основные моменты. Первое, форум стремится к обеспечению конкретных улучшений в тематических областях, что связано в основном с реализацией реформ в странах Восточного партнерства. При этом мы видим, что практически только гражданское общество сегодня в Восточном партнерстве может выступать инициатором этих реформ и теми структурами, которые продвигают и настаивают на продвижении этих реформ. Поэтому мы видим необходимость расширения механизмов трехстороннего диалога, которые были включены в структуры ЕС, правительства стран Восточного партнерства и гражданского общества. Мы также видим необходимость в усилении институциональной и политической роли самого форума, его национальных платформ и рабочих групп. Потому что сегодня мы не имеем институциональных механизмов, которые бы позволяли, например, национальным платформам на уровне стран Восточного партнерства мониторить и контролировать те процессы, которые происходят внутри Восточного партнерства. Например, мониторить ту же самую финансовую поддержку Европейского Союза для правительств стран Восточного партнерства. Соответственно, форуму необходимо развивать эту мониторинговую функцию и контролирующую функцию в рамках своей деятельности. Кроме того, форум направляет свои усилия на усиление аналитической, исследовательской и экспертной поддержки в реализации инициативы Восточного партнерства. Мы уже упоминали про соответствующий индекс Восточного партнерства и другие индексы, которые может развивать форум. национальные платформы, а также другую экспертную поддержку, которую мы можем осуществлять со стороны гражданского общества. Помимо этого, важной стратегической целью является продвижение и повышение уровня осведомленности граждан Восточного партнерства относительно европейских ценностей, европейской интеграции и инициативы Восточного партнерства. При этом мы видим необходимость того, чтобы гражданские общества наших стран были больше связаны друг с другом, и поэтому одной из стратегических целей является улучшение горизонтальной кооперации между национальными платформами стран Восточного партнерства, национальными платформами и рабочими группами, тематическими рабочими группами и теми рабочими группами, которые формируются в рамках национальных платформ. Ну и последнее, но не менее важное, форум стремится к тому, чтобы всячески содействовать улучшению правовой и политической среды для деятельности гражданского общества в странах Восточного партнерства. Все мы знаем, какие сложности существуют в странах наших для деятельности гражданского общества, и форум будет способствовать тому, чтобы улучшить эту правовую и политическую среду. Следующий это тематические приоритеты. Тематические приоритеты, я не буду подробно останавливаться на них, потому что их очень много. Достаточно следующий слайд показать. Много. Не будем зачитывать все это. У вас, я надеюсь, есть текст этой стратегии, я надеюсь, что вы с ним ознакомились. Но отмечу, что тематические приоритеты базируются на тех приоритетах, которые были определены рабочими группами форума. И для того, чтобы реализовывать эти стратегические цели и тематические приоритеты, форум устанавливает несколько направлений деятельности, которые можно обозначить как стратегическая коммуникация с институтами ЕС, правительствами стран-партнеров и международными институциями, среди которых наиболее главными являются институты ЕС, Европейская комиссия, служба внешних действий, МИДы стран-членов ЕС, а также правительства стран Восточного партнерства и международные организации, такие как Совет Европы, ОБСЕ и другие. Следующее направление деятельности – это адвокаси и продвижение интересов гражданского общества. Я упомяну, что это два момента, которые в этом направлении мы будем делать в 2017 году. Это принятие какой-то дорожной карты вовлечения гражданского общества в процесс кооперации внутри Восточного партнерства. Сегодня, в общем-то, мы не имеем такого рода последовательного определенного пути, как гражданское общество может влиять на те процессы, которые существуют внутри Восточного партнерства. И кроме того, одним из инструментов определенности роли гражданского общества может быть меморандум, который подписывается между Европейской комиссией, парламентами, правительствами стран Восточного партнерства и национальными платформами, которые определяли институциональную роль и место национальных платформ и гражданского общества в рамках, например, реализации ассоциаций или соглашений об ассоциации или других форм сотрудничества. Ну и следующими направлениями деятельности являются предоставление экспертизы и мониторинга, поддержка деятельности национальных платформ, рабочих групп и субфорума, организация ежегодного форума, работа руководящего комитета и секретариата, а также распространение информации, образовательные и другие кампании, направленные на повышение осведомленности населения о европейской интеграции и восточном партнерстве. Вот, в общем-то, вкратце все, что предлагает стратегия на 2015-2017 год. Спасибо.
Thanks very much, Andre. I think what would make sense is if there are any questions to Andre and Leila, or any opinions on changes to the strategy or questions? So we have some hands already, a couple down here, one left, three. So we're going to have a lively discussion.
Человек в материале. Слышно? Нет. Четвертая рабочая группа. Работает? Включи. Да. Хорошо. Небольшой комментарий. У нас есть... Не слышно?
Микрофон включи.
Это в большей степени комментарии. Мы от четвертой рабочей группы у нас была встреча, и мы сделали небольшое дополнение в стратегию, которую мы согласовали с Андреем, что это можно внести, просто их нет в основном документе. И это касается работы четвертой рабочей группы. Она была инициирована в рамках встречи, которая была 2 дня назад, поэтому мы не смогли подготовить документы раньше.
Спасибо, Николай. Я предлагаю принять тот текст стратегии, который у нас есть, за основу, с тем, чтобы поручить следующему руководящему комитету доработать эту стратегию до окончательного вида. И такого рода предложение, как было сделано от четвертой группы, возможно к принятию в качестве дополнений к существующему тексту, если они носят краткий и, в общем-то, технический характер, не изменяя основной сути документа. Поэтому такие поправки есть у четвертой группы, они могут быть у других рабочих групп и национальных платформ. В частности, такие комментарии также получены от армянской национальной платформы и от белорусской национальной платформы.
Let's take a few questions before we come back to the panel.
Спасибо. Третья рабочая группа Аzerbaijan, Армения. Я хочу сделать 2 комментария к стратегии. Первое – это то, что мы сегодня очень много говорили о политике, о влиянии разных стран на проблемы России в частности. Но я хочу сказать, что у нас нет представлений, у нас есть четкое количество игроков на этой для выработки стратегии. Это EaP, как минимум 2 игрока, это гражданское общество и лица, принимающие решения. Это Россия, 2 игрока, гражданское общество, лица, принимающие решения. И 6 стран Восточного партнерства, каждый из которых также представлен 2 игроками. Я так думаю, что должны установить взаимосвязь и взаимоотношения между всеми этими игроками, чтобы понять, где у нас сильные стороны и где у нас слабые стороны. Пока что этого не сделано, но мне кажется, это нужно сделать обязательно, для того, чтобы выработать какой-то план действий, который будет для нас понятен. И второе, нам нужно облегчить коммуникации тех реальных гражданских общественных организаций, которые ходят в платформу до менеджмента Евросоюза. Очень трудно представить, что, например, люди, которые ходят в национальные платформы или организации, они те самостоятельные организации, они действительно плохо представляют, как налажена эта коммуникация. Нужно разработать такой механизм. Спасибо.
Юдин Рушкованов, 2-я группа, Республика Молдова. Мне показалась интересной эта стратегия, но мне кажется, что нужны детализации, что касается ожидаемых результатов стратегии. Потому что, конечно, мы можем планировать, и этот способ планирования существует во всех правительствах, но какие результаты будут вследствие применения этой стратегии, неизвестно. И, в общем-то, правильно сказал мой коллега, что не совсем понятно, касающиеся информативности самих материалов, потому что в этом году, например, очень мало информации поступало от форума, хотя есть и сайт данного форума, но сами люди, активисты, скажем, второй группы, они не чувствуют, скажем, четкой планированности и конкретной планировки в смысле действий, ожидаемых действий со стороны высшего звена форума и необходимости действия, конкретных действий на самом низине форума, то есть в рабочих группах. В этом смысле, мне кажется, и мы давали предложения по стратегии и будем давать предложения по стратегии в смысле более конкретных мероприятий и более конкретных ожидаемых результатов, потому что это важно. Если мы не будем знать, чего мы хотим в конечном счете и что мы хотим иметь, то и работа будет, мне кажется, неэффективной. Спасибо.
Владимир Карелин, Беларусь, 5-я рабочая группа. Я все-таки полностью поддерживаю предложение Андрея принять за основу этот текст стратегии. У нас работают все 5 рабочих групп, и мы там, конечно, внесем предложение и по уточнению, по какой-то редакции. И это перетечет в планы работы и рабочих групп, и в целом комитета.
Yes, hello. Thank you for your presentation and congratulations for the strategy. I just want to have a short intervention concerning the initiatives, the civil society initiatives and forums in the region. My name is Oana Plejva and I represent the Romanian NGO platform. And since 2008 we are organizing the Black Sea NGO Forum. And I believe some of the participants who are already here, they've been in our previous editions of the Black Sea NGO Forum, or maybe they will come to this edition. What I want to say is that we see the Black Sea NGO Forum as a complementary event to the civil society forum of Eastern Partnership, and as an alternative of the so-called soft power contribution in the region. This year edition will be at the beginning of December in Kiev, Ukraine, and the main subject is about enabling environment for CSO towards a strategy of civil society in the Black Sea region. So we are trying to have a multi-stakeholder regional consultation with the purpose of starting the process of creating a strategy of civil society in the Black Sea region. And as participants, we have, of course, we have the representatives of civil society from all the 6 countries of Eastern Partnership, and as well representatives from the civil society from Russia and Turkey and other EU member states. So in order to establish this strategy, actually this event is a kickoff event to establish a strategy. The first step is to identify the common needs and challenges which are here in the region, and which are the needs and challenges as well for having an enabling environment in which civil society carries out its activities as well to find potential solutions through concrete regional cooperation initiatives in key thematic sectors like democracy and human rights, environment, child protection, and youth. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Артур Сакунс, Хельсинский гражданской ассамблеи, Ваназурский офис Армения. Значит, за год со стороны армянской национальной платформы было распространено 9 заявлений по разным вопросам. Заявления, касающиеся и процессом по так называемой евразийской интеграции, по правам человека. И, в принципе, я могу сказать, что платформа один из, наверное, единичный таких институтов, которые еще формат поддержки европейских ценностей. Просто мне интересно. И чтобы в стратегии это было отражено. Как поступают с этим заявлением? Хорошо, мы предлагали нашу позицию, и нашу критику, и наши оценки насчет проблем. Но Steering Committee насколько учитывает эти заявления, эти позиции в структурах с Европейским Союзом. Это очень важно для нас, потому что обратной информации, вот очень много мы говорим, что работа гражданского общества с структурами Европейского Союза. Я думаю, это очень важный вопрос, который мы должны проследить, насколько учитываются, особенно в таких странах, которые не подписали ассоциативный договор и находятся в очень таком затруднительном состоянии. Спасибо и вопросы и предложения, конечно.
Татьяна Подолашская, Беларусь, 4-я группа рабочая. Я хочу сказать, что мы очень много можем добавлять и улучшать предложения более точными формулировками, раскрытием тем, но мне кажется, что эта стратегия очень своевременная, поскольку она делает очень важный акцент. Отчасти, вот тот, о котором мы только что говорили, она мощно усиливает и направлена на усиление роли национальных платформ и роли гражданского общества в странах и в самом восточном партнерстве. На сегодняшний день мы видим, что все процессы, которые идут в наших странах, они очень разные, но фактически только гражданское общество является единственным гарантом или тем, кто действительно желает изменений и готов за них в любых условиях их продвигать. И мне кажется, что очень важно вот этот момент.
Based on the previous opinions shared by the participants, I would like to suggest to have one more provision in our strategy, an action plan to be elaborated with concrete measures, and probably it's more convenient and easy. Each working group, based on the European and national priorities, to figure out really the necessary measures to be taken in terms of responsibilities, in terms of time.
Hello everyone, I'm Marie Mamcharian from Armenia State Forum Organization. I have a comment regarding the strategy. I think everybody would agree that inclusion is one of the essential values of the European Union and of the European values as such. And I would say that we kind of lack in the strategy the gender perspective and representation of minority groups. And I think if we include it in fact, also in the panels here, I'm happy to see Leila in the panel, but we lack women representation also when it comes to the speakers of this forum as well. And I believe that if we include the minority representation in the national platforms as well, that will open the door for them integrating more in those platforms. Thank you.
Татьяна Зитко, Беларусь. В национальную платформу в стратегии не включен, никак не отображена работа с пожилыми людьми. Таких на нашем континенте есть немало. Как результат отсутствия работы с пожилыми людьми, мы видим, как результат, это результат выборов на постсоветском пространстве. Мы имеем тех правителей, которые выбирают в том числе и пожилое население. Поэтому я считаю, что в нашей стратегии должны быть прописаны обязательно какие-то тезисы для работы с этим сегментом населения. И мы год назад создали подгруппу, но к сожалению, нас не поддержали без поддержки, поставить на рабочие рельсы очень сложно такой пласт населения, такого пласта населения. Все, спасибо большое.
Okay, I think we've had a good range of inputs. Do you want to respond, Leila, Andrew?
Да.
Some of the questions I can respond probably. Now it's good. Yes. Thank you. Basically, I agree with all the comments. I think it's possible to include them. Expected results very precisely. It's exactly, probably that's what lacking, and it's connected with the issue of action plan. I think it's very, very good, reasonable comments. Let's see, I'm looking forward to cooperation. That's very actual. What is the outcome? How do we follow the implications and effect of our statements? That's very good. I don't know, we will follow. How do we count how many times people from the EU got on our website and read these statements? I don't know, but there should be definitely criteria developed, and this is a very good question. Gender and minority, obviously, but I don't know, I think I agree with Andre that maybe that can be the basis, but Andre may develop further about these specific issues. I don't know. Is it, can we include it now, or should we do it later?
Да. Также несколько комментариев. Прежде всего, эта стратегия направлена на расширение возможностей участия гражданского общества в инициативе Восточного партнерства и большее вовлечение его во все процессы, которые здесь идут. В основном это достигается через усиление институциональной, формальной роли национальных платформ во взаимодействии ЕС и стран Восточного партнерства и усиление полиси политической, общественно-политической роли национальных платформ в странах Восточного партнерства. Поэтому все вопросы, связанные с взаимодействием с правительствами стран Восточного партнерства, со структурами ЕС, они входят в ядро предполагаемой стратегии. Относительно конкретных результатов, которые достигает эта стратегия, эти результаты вполне выводимы из самого текста, и некоторые моменты там напрямую обозначены. То есть я бы надеялся, что в течение этих 2 лет реализации стратегии мы добьемся того, чтобы национальные платформы признавались Европейским Союзом и правительствами стран Восточного партнерства институциональными партнерами в процессе реализации, как в рамках реализации соглашения об ассоциации, так и в любых других формах сотрудничества и кооперации Европейского Союза с странами Восточного партнерства, включая возможности мониторинга, например, проектов и программ бюджетной поддержки Европейского Союза для правительств Восточного партнерства. По поводу дополнений к стратегии. Я предлагаю следующий путь. То есть сейчас возможны дополнение к стратегии, как я уже сказал, не меняющее коренным образом суть стратегии. То, что касается, например, вопросов гендерного равенства или представительства меньшинств, и вопросов меньшинства, я предлагаю обсудить эти вопросы на своей рабочей группе, которые будут прямо после этого заседания. И если вы можете суммировать это и привести к 2, максимум 3 пунктам, то мы можем добавить сейчас это в структуру тематических приоритетов форума. Как это сделали в 4-й группе, подгруппа по молодежи. Вот проконсультируйтесь с ними, у них как бы есть уже ключик к добавлению пунктов в стратегии. То же самое касается и вопроса пожилых людей. Спасибо.
So I think the proposal would be that the draft strategy is taken by the new steering committee, fine-tuned, taking in feedback. A final version would be sent out, and the steering committee would finalise the new steering committee. So I suggest we vote on that, on the basis that the draft will be refined, sent out for final feedback, and approved by the new system. There's no microphone. Does this work? Yeah.
Okay. This was so.
We're proposing that we take a vote on the draft on the basis that the draft will be refined by the new steering committee, taking in the points raised now and any submitted, and the new version will be sent out to everybody for a final round of input before it's adopted by the steering committee. So I suggest we think we vote yes or no on that. And am I right procedurally that at this stage it's a vote by raising your badges?
Yes.
Okay.
But still only delegates.
You can tell from the color.
Only with green badges.
So let's start. If you have a green badge.
We have a comment, but we don't have a mic.
Yeah.
Should I say it to you or
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment regarding the gender and minority issues. I still think that it can be yes 2 points, but I see it very important to include the general strategy rather than a group, because that concerns everybody. It's not a youth issue.
So may I ask our assessors to come to count the votes? We need 6 for this moment. 6 assessors. First come, first serve, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more, please. 2 assessors. From the group. From the group of 12 assessors that were adopted.
Can we check if they accepted the comment or they did not accept it?
And 1 more, please. No, you are not in the list. The one more who is already in the list. Okay. So, as I see, there are 6 sections divided by aisles. Please follow the vote in each of the sections. There. The second one here, please. Okay.
Okay, so raise your hands if you agree with the proposal. The draft be accepted on the basis that we fine-tuned, feedback taken, and a final round with a new draft sent out before it's adopted. Raise your hands if you agree. Yeah, raise your badges.
They will say when they're... Но у вас зеленый?
Можно голосовать?
Can you remember the
So, raise your badges if you are against the proposal. Raise your badges if you are against the proposal. Has that been counted? Just for the record, abstentions, who is abstaining? So do we have a result?
Yes.
Who's going to announce the result?
No, I can vote yes. My part.
Can I just add, Ivana, could you put up the first slide of the PowerPoint? Maybe we can continue while the vote counting is.
Your slide. Your slide. Your slide.
Maybe we need the lights off because people probably can't see the slide. Oh, we have a result.
84 vote is in favor of the new strategy or renewed strategy, and one abstain. No against.
Yeah.
They rely very much on the steering committee that
Lukashenko would be proud. Okay. We have another proposal which there was one against. We don't need a revote. I think it's pretty clear what the end result was. We now have, there was circulated a proposal for changes to the structure for the steering committee. We have a slightly different proposal which came out of the steering committee meeting. I'll try and make this clear. I'm not saying it's simple, it is not. But there will then be a second proposal which Andrei will put forward. So I will just perhaps explain it from the point of view of why we are proposing this. I think last year there was a proposal to reduce the number of the steering committee. But let's just put it in clear terms. At the moment, there are 19 members of the steering committee. An advantage of that could be inclusivity, but of course, as everybody who sits on committees knows, 19 is a rather large number. We also tried to look at the issue of how to get the working groups more involved, but also perhaps how to give the national platforms a feeling that they are the core of the forum, which is very much an initiative from Andrei. So we came up with a proposal of working group councils. To be honest, maybe it's my fault, but as working group one coordinator, I couldn't name the working group coordinator in all 6 countries off the top of my head. The idea of working group councils is that every council or every working group would have a representative from each Eastern Partnership country. It would also have, as it does have now, an Eastern Partnership and an EU coordinator. In theory, the Eastern Partnership coordinator could also be one of the country coordinators. It doesn't matter. And the idea is to have more effective decision-making with a smaller steering committee, but also meaning that the working group coordinators would actually have a more engaged, relevant interaction, more synergies developed across countries, more flow of information between them. And this came up, I guess, with the idea of action plans to accompany the strategy. Well, I think we need action plans for the working groups. Some of the national platforms now have strategies, and I think the working groups should do as well. So I think this would introduce more inclusivity, but frankly also effective use of funding, because a working group council meeting would be held early in the year. They would then meet at the forum. They would also meet at the mid-year working group meetings. And I think it would also strengthen the motivation and engagement of the national platforms in having working group coordinators for every working group. They would feel that they were more involved. So the proposal which the steering committee decided to submit here has a steering committee no longer of 19, but up to 13. And I'll explain why up to 13 in a minute. There would still be exactly as now 6 country coordinators from the Eastern Partnership, elected in the same way, 5 working group coordinators, but in a different way. As now, they would elect an EU and an Eastern Partnership coordinator, but then they would decide which of those 2 would represent the working group on the steering committee. The 2 of them would still coordinate the working group meetings. In fact, they would now also have an additional job of coordinating the working group councils. One of them, as I said, would go onto the steering committee from each working group. To ensure that there is balance, that there is also EU representation, the proposal is also to have 2 EU coordinators elected by the plenary. But to ensure that they're rooted in the work of the working groups, they would be from the pool of those elected working group coordinators. There is a theoretical possibility that all 5 working group coordinators would be EU, in which case there would be a steering committee of 11. And there's 2 good reasons for that. One is the approach of having EU coordinators who are working group coordinators. But secondly, it doesn't make sense to have more EU representatives on the steering committee than Eastern Partnership. If you had 7, which would be 5 plus 2 against 6, I think everybody would agree that would not be representative of the forum. So it would be a steering committee of 6 plus 5 plus up to 2. And it only would not be up to 2 if there were already 5 EU coordinators, or 4, in which it would be 6 plus 5 plus 1 from the work group. It's not simple, but I've tried to explain it. What I think we should now do is hear from Andrei on the other proposal, which is very similar to the original proposal sent out, but it's actually 6 plus 3 instead of 6 plus 2. Do you have the PowerPoint?
The PowerPoints are on the side.
Да, я слышу. Итак, альтернативное предложение, которое, как уже сказал Джефф, ближе к тому, что рассылалось участникам форума, оно более простое и более радикальное, но, наверное, как всякие более радикальные предложения, они вызывают страх реформ, и мы пытаемся консервировать существующую ситуацию, начиная реформу, но ничего не меняя по сути. Поэтому я не мог согласиться с предложением моих коллег по стилю комитета и настаиваю на принятии этого альтернативного предложения, которое условно называется 6+3. Что позволит реализация этого предложения? Это упростить управление и повысить эффективность работы руководящего комитета, радикально сократив число его участников до 8, до 9 человек. Повысить значение национальной платформы управления, придать большее практическое значение рабочим группам через создание советов рабочих групп и сделать более качественной и осмысленной работу координаторов от Европейского Союза, которые часто сетуют на то, что нет конкретной повестки дня работы для координаторов ЕС. Структура, предлагаемая в этом варианте, будет выглядеть следующим образом. То есть вся структура опирается на национальные платформы и структуру 5 советов рабочих групп. В состав стиринг-комитета входят 6 координаторов от национальных платформ и 3 адвокаси координатора от ЕС, избираемых рабочими группами и форумом в 2 этапа. Я сейчас объясню, как это будет происходить. Но смысл в том, что существующая структура заменяется руководящим комитетом из 9 членов и 5 советами рабочих групп. Как они формируются? 5 советов рабочих групп состоят из 8 членов, куда входят 6 координаторов рабочих групп от каждой страны Восточного партнерства. Они избираются национальными платформами на национальном уровне. Практически все национальные платформы, кроме белорусской, уже имеют таких координаторов тематических направлений, и было бы логично, чтобы они входили в структуру управления в рамках советов рабочих групп. Единственная платформа, которая не имеет таких координаторов тематических направлений, это моя родная белорусская национальная платформа, но мы в этом месте видим возможность для развития и дальнейшего структурирования работы национальной платформы и будем более похожими на все другие платформы. Кроме того, в совет входит координатор от Восточного партнерства и координатор от Европейского Союза, которые избираются рабочими группами форума здесь, на этом форуме. Руководящий комитет формируется следующим образом. Это 6 национальных координаторов от стран Восточного партнерства, избираемых делегатами ежегодного форума от каждой страны Восточного партнерства. Мы их уже выбрали, ну, по крайней мере, проголосовали за этих национальных координаторов. Вот они 6 и входят в состав руководящего комитета. Плюс мы избираем в состав руководящего комитета 3 координаторов по адвокаси от Европейского Союза в 2 этапа. Первый этап, который пройдет сразу после этого заседания, это избрание 5 координаторов от ЕС 5 рабочими группами. То есть мы каждый раз избираем координаторов рабочих групп от Европейского Союза, это уже привычная для нас процедура. Но на втором этапе, после того, как эти 5 координаторов выбраны, мы на пленарном голосовании из их числа выбираем 3 человек, которые войдут в состав руководящего комитета, и таким образом получаем 9 человек в руководящем комитете. Координаторы по адвокаси будут выполнять в структуре руководящего комитета функцию обеспечения связи с этими советами рабочих групп и рабочих групп. Спасибо.
I hope that was all pretty clear. I said it might get messy. I think the overall concept I hope is fairly understandable. In both of the options on the table, 6 country coordinators stay as they are. In the case of the first option, we then have, as they are, every working group has 2 coordinators, but only one of those will go to the steering committee. And they will have the additional responsibility of managing a working group council which has a representative from every partner. In the first model, there'll be the 6 plus the 5 I mentioned, plus 2 EU coordinators selected by the plenary, but those eligible to be candidates would be already working group EU coordinators. In the second option, again, the working group councils, again, the 6 Eastern Partnership country coordinators, but without the working group coordinators being on the steering committee, except for 3 EU coordinators, all of whom would be from the working group coordinator pool. And one thing which perhaps I'm the only person who has noticed this, but there has never been an EU coordinator elected in plenary from working group 2, from working group 3, from working group 4, or working group 5. There's always been 3 EU coordinators, always from working group 1. This will make it more inclusive. We will have a more broad-based thematic knowledge from the working group coordinators who are serving as EU coordinators. It's not something you think automatically, but it really would make it more inclusive. So, questions, comments?
Я хочу поблагодарить Стенькаму за интересное предложение, но у меня есть такой вопрос. Нам представлены структурные реформы, но так как нам представлены в этих структурных реформах новая структура, совет, рабочая группа, нам не представлены функциональные реформы. Какие функции будут передаваться этим новым рабочим советам, рабочей группе? А это очень важно. Нам понятно, как вы представляете новую структуру, но функции непонятно. Именно не расписано. И даже если вы сейчас устно нам скажете, это как-то будет немножко сумбурно, если они, конечно, выработаны. Спасибо.
Maybe a short comment and a question to Andrei. I served 2 terms at the steering committee, so kind of experience, and I really, like from my experience, I can say that 19 is too many, and it's to coordinate 19 people together, it's really a big challenge. So we were discussing how to reduce the number, but to keep the presence of coordinators for the national platforms, but also the coordinators of the working groups, which are very, very important. And the national platforms, we really have to strengthen working groups in the national platform. So we came up with the idea, which I just want to endorse this idea that 6 plus 5 plus 2 is very reasonable and well discussed. Now the second option by Andrei, I wouldn't support it because we do not have like a full representation of 5 working groups. And I'm not pretty sure that the councils they propose they will start immediately functioning well. So if we are reducing, I would go then for the option steering committee is proposing.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I would propose, as far as it appears more proposals on how it should like in the future, and the consultation process was very short, to keep the current format of the discussion and to continue the consultation with the plenary of members of the forum as we did with the strategy, and to leave it for the discussion.
Я Екатерина, первая рабочая группа. Мне кажется, что если мы говорим о действительных реформах и с учетом новой стратегии, потому что нужно помнить важный момент. Новая стратегия является ответом на новые вызовы. Было очень много, новые вызовы, событий, происходящих в нашем регионе Восточного партнерства. Соответственно, мне кажется, если мы будем руководствоваться половинчатыми решениями, изменение состава с 19 до 13 – это фактически половинчатые решения. Мы останемся с теми же результатами, которые имеем в этом году. Через год ситуация может еще ухудшиться. И мне кажется, что новая предложенная структура, с одной стороны, позволяет ускорить принятие решений внутри Координационного комитета, не умаляя значение рабочих групп, но в более компактном варианте. Я вижу предложение Андрея по 6+3 более соответствующим нашей ситуации. Спасибо.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lilia Krachuk from Transparency International. I'm glad to tell you that right now I'm not the member of steering committee anymore, so therefore I feel a little bit, free to discuss these issues. What was the reason behind this strategy, proposal to reform the steering committee? Of course, we want to save money, and this is something absolutely natural, but we also thought about our functionality. First of all, it's really difficult to make a decision with 19 people, It's trying to discuss one issue and listen to the opinion of 19 people. It takes a lot of time. So many of our meetings were endless discussions. It was very hard to take a decision. But this is not also the main reason. What is the reason behind this reform is, first of all, one single example. In Moldova, the national platform had in the steering committee just one single person for 2 years in line. While in other countries, during these, election things, which were not always transparent, and sometimes with some agreements behind, some of the countries had much more people represented in the steering committee. This is also not the worst thing, but the thing is that the steering committee, formed just by national facilitators, would be working on the activities of the whole forum. So we would be carrying, not we, but because I'm not the steering committee member anymore. The steering committee would be carrying about their, work of their forum, organizations of the event, declarations related to common issues that are related to certain countries or problems that relate to all of us. While the working commissions will be composed by representatives, equally representative of all countries, leaders of working groups that would be active in their own field. Like, for example, I'm coming from Transparency International. I care about judiciary reform, I care about anti-corruption, of course I care about general things. But for me, it's very important to work in working group and discuss these issues and coming with policy proposals. Working just in the steering committee, I have no chance to raise these questions. We are too different in the forum, we are too different in the steering committee to discuss exact things. But actually what we expected from the European structures, from our governments, is of course monitoring, but also good policy proposals. Therefore, I would invite you to vote for the proposal 6+3. Well, we had different. So we have separately equal representations of all countries in the steering committee, and then equal representations of all working group members in each of the working groups. Thank you.
Do we have any more comments? I think it is worth saying that it's quite difficult for the steering committee in the early phases of a year to make recommendations on its future reform and structure. And I know the last steering committee made a proposal which Liam wasn't put to a vote. At least this year it went out with a proposal. It's been again revised, and it's now two. A while ago, I'm not sure, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I know that 2 of the national platforms actually debated it and gave feedback, which helped us come also to have a debate so that we actually have 2 options on the table. Nicola.
Добрый день, меня зовут Николай Мамбаляни, и я являюсь координатором 4-й рабочей группы от страны Восточного партнерства. Вопрос на уточнение, вопрос, наверное, чтобы ответить публике. Почему у нас две стратегии, потому что, в принципе, было бы легче выбирать, две реформы, потому что было бы легче выбирать из одной. У нас есть старая и новая, а сейчас у нас есть старая и две новые. Как людям определиться, если они даже, многие могут не знать, как это работает форма? И второй вопрос каждому из спикеров. Одна из проблем нынешней композиции реформы, что у нас 18 человек. С одной стороны, дает большую репрезентативность, соответственно, все страны достаточно представлены, и есть возможность быть представлены со стороны EU. Соответственно, проблема в том, что работает обычно половина. То есть 18 человек работает 8, 9, 5, 6. Соответственно, если у нас будет 9 человек или 12 человек, как вы удостоверитесь в том, что у нас будет не 1-2 человека рабочих? Понятное дело, что проблема там занятости, эффективности, мотивации и так далее. Спасибо большое.
Латвийчика, Беларусь. Ну, я хотел сказать, что я тоже был в рамках комиссии, работал первые 2 года. И давайте просто еще проследим динамику развития форума и сравним, какие стены комиссии нам нужны. Вот в самом начале, несколько лет, нам нужен был стены комиссии, который создавал то, чего в форуме нет. Сейчас, мне кажется, эта задача уже решена. И тогда нам нужно было много людей, чтобы это создать. Мне кажется, сейчас было бы уместно пойти на определенные серьезные реформы, на серьезные сокращения после Андрея, потому что сейчас стилинг комиссии нужен для того, чтобы управлять тем, что уже создано. И у нас есть много органов, уже много людей задействовано. Поэтому чем меньше этот орган стилинг комиссии будет разумно, тем лучше. И второй момент, мне кажется, сама идея советов рабочей группы, она очень правильная. Даже при том, что не очень понятно сейчас, как описывать, например, повестку. Что они будут делать? Ну, в начале 5 лет назад, или 6, такая же ситуация была с национальными платформами. Не очень понятно было, как, что. Это вопрос проработки. То есть, мне кажется, что это хорошая идея именно на децентрализацию управления и придание работам тематических групп больше управляемости и делегирование этой работы, в том числе на более широкий круг людей, чем только 2 координатора. Поэтому я за второй вариант, который предлагал Андрей.
Any other comments, questions? I suggest then that we do. Oh, yeah. Please put your hand up if anybody else wants to.
I'm speaking in my capacity of a member of the EaP committee, still performing function. I would like to say just a few words about the needs, why we should reform our structure. There is a lot of stake. At stake there is the Eastern Partnership. At the stake there is also the founding for Eastern Partnership. And we need to show that we are more efficient and we will be able to make decisions in more coherent, transparent and understandable way. And I fully support the concept of reforming the steering committee. I agree that it was a voice from one colleague once that there was not enough time, that it was the last minute, but these are the challenges of today and the situation we have in the Eastern Partnership countries and also in Europe. So please take into consideration, we really need to change the way how we operate. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more hands, so, over there. Can we get a microphone for the meeting?
Thank you, Joshua from
I'm speaking in the capacity of observer, I'm not going to vote, but just to understand for myself the differences, and that is the basic conceptual difference between the two proposals, is whether we have representatives of the working groups in the steering committee. I understand the reasoning for having the representatives of the working groups in the steering committee in the one suggestion. I understand actually also the suggestion of Andrei, who is advocating for a smaller group of the steering committee members. My question to Andrei is to explain how, what's your explanation, how you see the link between the working groups and the steering committee. And if there is no membership, there is no representation of the thematic working groups in the steering committee. Let's think just pragmatically. There is kind of strategic steering committee in the working groups. They decide on something. How then they communicate with the steering committee? What's the link?
Во-первых, представители рабочих групп входят в состав руководящего комитета. 3 координатора по адвокаси от ЕС, они же являются координаторами 3 рабочих групп. И они же обеспечивают связь с этими рабочими группами. Возможное возражение заключается в том, что выпускаются 2 группы, но как бы здесь это дополнительно просто возлагает обязанности на этих координаторов присутствовать также при работе советов рабочих групп, оставшихся рабочих групп. И это также налагает дополнительные обязанности на национальных координаторов быть обеспокоенными тем, что происходит в самих рабочих группах. То есть это, в общем-то, вопрос организации работы руководящего комитета.
Okay, quickly, one last question.
Okay, I just want you guys to understand that what Andrei is proposing is we have 5 working groups, and now he's saying that only 3 working groups will be represented at the steering committee. How come? Like, why only 3? There's no reason for this. So that's only, I want you to be sure of what you vote. And what, like, we as a steering committee, like, we really took a long time. We're sitting and discussing that we need the reform, but okay, how to do it, how to read everything. And I think that 6 national coordinators plus 5 working groups plus 2 EU is like, it's normal. Okay, this is how we see it. So again, think twice before voting.
Опять же, я тоже прошу вас подумать, как настаивает Кристина, и в этом смысле я отвечаю по антиляне, что люди как раз знают и могут определиться, что существует сейчас, в чем состоит реформа и как выбирать из этих 2 предложений. Я предлагаю еще раз подумать о том, что принципиально ничего не меняется в предлагаемой руководящим комитетом сейчас структуре. 6 плюс 5 плюс 2 это то же самое, что мы имеем с теми же самыми проблемами, которые сейчас существуют. При этом репрезентативность групп обеспечивается 3 координаторами ЕС в предложении 6 плюс 3.
Yeah, I just want to comment regarding the representativeness because I think there is a plus in the steering committee, and before we discuss and solve this issue, there is a big lack of representation. And I don't think that emails from coordinators will be enough for national working groups in terms of getting information, and I think taking out of 5 national coordinators from that number of people, you cut the channel of communication on the local level. And I think, at least from my perspective, personally, I'm not talking from our platform, but that's a big lack.
We have 3.
Just take these last 3 and then we'll move.
Я только хочу сказать, потому что Андрей сказал, ты сказал, что это одно и то же, что было сейчас. Но это неправда, если мы умеем считать. 5 плюс 2 это 13. И сейчас 19 членов, то есть разница на 6 членов, то есть это не то же самое. Количество членов Steering Committee уменьшается, да, в том реформа, но при этом останется как бы эффективно, что будут репрезентанты как и рабочих групп, так и национальных платформ.
Спасибо, Галина Вещук, Беларусь. Мне хотелось бы сказать, что мы сейчас обсуждаем вопрос очень деликатный, потому что он связан и с персоналией. Но здесь, мне кажется, важно не на персонале сосредотачивать главное внимание и даже не на ожидаемых своих функциях, а на общей пользе дела. В этой связи мне хотелось бы сказать, что информированность, к сожалению или к счастью, не зависит от того, есть ли представители рабочей группы в руководящем комитете. Мы, например, получали постоянную информацию от господина Максака, который координатор второй группы. Мы получали постоянную информацию от госпожи Натальи из руководящего комитета. Здесь зависит от тех функций, которые заложены, от тех механизмов информирования, которые определены, и от того, кто исполняет и как контролируется исполнение. Но мне бы хотелось поддержать вот ту концепцию, которую предложил господин Егоров, прежде всего потому, что те новые вызовы, которые мы определили, и та новая стратегия, которую мы приняли, она требует прежде всего, как мне представляется, усиления роли национальных платформ. И вот предложенная концепция усиливает и роль национальных платформ, каждой из стран-участниц, и ответственность их координаторов. Мне кажется, это самое важное. А Евросоюзу отводится важнейшая функция advocacy. И мне кажется, что за этой моделью будущее. Спасибо. Да, спасибо.
Okay, we're going to have to come to vote. We had Sasha, I think, Victor, and Sophia.
Let me tell you, as a coordinator of the national platform who was 2 years at this position, my feeling that I am not in favor of strength in national platform through this way. Because this is exactly not, we are not a combination of national platforms. We are a forum which has its agenda, which has its priorities, in which have people who are functionally responsible for these agenda priorities, which are represented leaders of the working groups. It is very good that we are national facilitators responsible for everything, yes. But I would be strongly against further, I would say, monopolization by national facilitators the decision-making processes within the forum life. And this is one part of the story. Another part of the story is general. I was yesterday at the steering committee. I was in favor of presenting just one model of the reform. That model which would get the majority of the steering committee. Why? Not because I'm not a Democrat, not because I'm not for alternatives. But there is a big risk that now, debating all these alternatives, finally we will have no reform. Because there is a big risk that now we will vote, some of them will support first option, another group will support second option, and the third group will support no reform. And finally no majority. So this is something which we are risking now. Again, so yes, I'm in favor of, as far as the steering committee of the forum debated this project of reforms long time. And first, initially, the idea was exactly as Andrei just described. This is very good. But yesterday, we have debated in more detail. And we came into the conclusion that this formula, being good generally, but has a lot of limitations and problems, obstacles which may occur.
And that's why the majority of the steering committee proposes to you this updated model, which was called 6 + 5 + 2, which reflects the discussion within the steering committee, including our revision of the initial idea presented by Jeff some weeks ago. So that was an update on the initial model. And that's why I just raised, I'm not voting today, but first of all, I raised my support for this compromise model, which was a result of very long and comprehensive debate within the steering committee. Thank you.
Okay. So Victor and Sofia, and then we'll move to formulating a vote.
Thank you. Actually, I don't think that there is a big differences between two proposals, because I'm sure that from working groups coordinators, not all EaP coordinators will be delegated to the steering committee. So the first option will be 11 members of the steering committee. Okay, theoretically could be 13. And second option, there is a one weak point. When you will elect in a plenary members from the working group, normally, coordinator from the working group 1 will be elected, because they are majority here. They are 80 members or 90 out of 200. So we will elect actually 2 members up from 4 groups. So therefore, I'm in favor of the first option.
So, Sophia, you have the microphone for here, and then we'll round up because we're running late, but we've had a very good discussion. So,
just wanted to reflect on what you said about representation, EU representatives coming from the working group 1, and maybe this system will change it. I would highly doubt it. Looking at the participant list, out of the 32 EU member organizations, participants from EU member states, only 7 signed up for any other working group than the human rights. And in the working group 3 and 4, there is only 1 EU participant, meaning that they will be the working group EU coordinators. And in the new system, probably, if they sign up in this category or working group but nobody else, they will end up in the steering committee straight in the new system. I'm just questioning whether it is a truly representative way and not to choose not the Eastern Partnership but the EU representatives.
okay, I think we've covered a lot. There's clearly some support for both of the options proposed. Okay, let's take the very, very last, Antonella, and then a quick response from Andre, and then we really have to stop. Antonella.
Regarding the effectiveness of the work of the steering committee, I think that one of the issues is not only the number, it's probably the mandate of the steering committee itself. So it doesn't make very big difference if you change from 19 to 30. So that's also an issue which remains open. You can find agreements with 19 rather than 13 rather than 9. The other thing is a question for Andrei. I mean, in your proposal, I don't really understand the role and how are these working group councils. I don't understand the link between them and the 9 of the steering committee that you proposed, because I think that that's the issue. Could you please explain it a bit further?
Отвечая на вопрос коллеги Антонова, the link, связь между the link between 9 steering committee members and working group council, this is responsibility of these 3 EU advocacy coordinators. They are participants of these working group councils, and for them it's obligatory to follow the work of each working group and working group council. So, steering committee with these 9 members will have all the information from these advocacy coordinators. And additionally, this gives to the EU representative clear function. What to do in steering committee, just following working groups and doing something more on advocacy. Because previously it was very much debated about functions of EU coordinators. So in this model, they will have clear functions.
Okay. I think we should move to a vote. We have the option of voting, well, a number of options. One is the proposal from the steering committee, which is 6 + 5 + 2. The second is the proposal which was from Andrei, which was not the majority support of the steering committee, but I think it gives us a good choice to present. We have clear reform idea, particularly with the introduction of the working group councils. I think, as with the steering committee, the effectiveness of work group councils will depend on the effectiveness of coordinating, of the energy and input, but it will mean that that every Eastern Partnership country will have somebody on each working group. So the potential is there. It will have to be evaluated during the year. But let's say, so we have one option from the steering committee, 6 + 5 + 2. Andrei's proposal of 6 + 3. The third option is no change. I didn't hear that much for no change, but I suggest, in the interests of inclusion, we have all 3 options. So you can vote for the steering committee proposal, 6 + 5 + 2, Andrei's proposal of 6 + 3, or the third one, no change. But just to be clear, it will take effect now, because this is coming from this steering committee. Next year there will be a different forum with different participants who might vote for something else and have different options. So do we have assessors here?
We have to invite them. Please, 6 people again. You know your places, so...
but has 3 EU coordinators on the steering committee, but not the working coordinators as in the first one. So 6 plus 5 plus 2 is the first option, 6 plus 3 is the second option, and the third option is no change, which is 19 steering committee members, 6 Eastern Partnership country coordinators, 10 working group coordinators, and 3 EU coordinators. So 6 plus 5 plus 2 is the first option, 6 plus 3 is the second, no change is the third. So could you raise your badges if you're in favour of the steering committee proposal, 6 plus 5 plus 2?
I can't close doors that people will not leave alone during the election.
Yes, some people
May we ask the people to take the seats, because otherwise we are kind of moving from one section to another, which creates problems in terms of legitimacy. Please, colleagues, take seats. Пожалуйста, сядьте, чтобы не передвигаться и не путать наши позиции. Чтобы было понятно, в какой секции мы голосуем.
Можем мы двери закрыть, потому что у нас меняется количество людей. Уходят, чтобы люди, которые подсчитывают, закрыли двери. Потому что это странно. Could we shut the doors because we changing the quorum all the time? On the moment of the procedure of election, because it's strange, we'll have more or less vote. I mean,
please raise your badges if you support the second proposal, 6 plus 3, as put forward by Andre. Okay. Badges, please hold up your badges for the third option, which is no change.
proposal 30. For the third proposal 10. So the first proposal
So that takes immediate effect, which means that the working group meetings which follow will have, as in the past, they will vote for both an EU and an Eastern Partnership coordinator, but then they will have a rebut between the two who are selected. Of course, they can decide between them, only one of them goes forward. But by being a candidate for the EU or Eastern Partnership coordinator, you're saying you're also willing to be the one who is then put forward to the steering committee. Okay, there is an announcement on the rules, just to check if you have the correct rule for the working group meetings which start now. Working group 1 is here, the Grand Ballroom. Working group 2 in room 4. Working group 3 is in room 2. Working group 4 is in room 3. And working group 5 is in room 1. And just to conclude, I'd like to thank Andre and Leila for all the work they did on the strategy, and I'm very glad